34 64 22 72. 080 for the second number, 080 23 92 42 41. 080 23 92 42 41. For our age men, I'm going to another topic entirely now, which has to do with your prostate gland. Yes, prostate gland can always be affected by only men. Yes, and for those who have this condition we call the BPH, or you have what we call prostatitis, or you are experiencing what we call the prostate cancer, please listen to this conversation very well. For our patients who are coming for prostate issue, if you have been moving and getting different diagnoses, please don't hesitate to come along with your diagnosis that you have or lab results that you've done already. You can feel free to bring them. We'll use it to analyze and give you treatment on it. For those who have no results yet, you are coming to have your PSA done. Yes, when you come to our facility, we'll do our PSA research on you and make sure all the investigations that are necessary after the PSA is done as well, so as to get you the right medication and start at the right time. For those who have these symptoms of prostate gland issue, starting from the BPH, the BPH is another health condition that has to do with your urination, that has to do with the prostate gland. Yes, inability to retain urine for long period of time, and sometimes you notice you urinate frequently and you find it very difficult to empty the bladder. You notice after urinating there's still remnants inside the bladder, while you are having a feeling that you still go back to the restroom as soon as possible. For those who have all these signs or symptoms, that means there is a problem. If you have any sign of maybe waist pain due to you have, and you are aware that you have prostate issue, it can cause as a result of what we call prostate cancer. There tinkling sensation or single sensation you feel around your labs, around your lower back, or even around your body generally, burning sensation, sweating unnecessarily, and so on. And sometimes you find it very difficult to ease yourself. While easing yourself, sometimes you notice there is blood in the urine. All these things are called hemorrhage, or sometimes it even gives you serious constipation. You find it very difficult to defecate and so on. If you have all these signs or symptoms of prostate gland, we have brought you a well-satisfied lab that will take care of all these conditions, make sure they do the investigation, and let our house have the result in short period of time to make us proceed on your treatment within short period of time. For those who have this painful or burning urination, and even feeling that your bladder has not emptied fully, and sometimes needing to even pee more frequently, and the cost of the amount of fluid become very low, and at the cost of ejaculation you notice your semen becomes very little. And for those who have these symptoms, this question people used to ask Mr. Kelly is, can a woman be infected with a man that has prostate issue?
Okay.
Yes, not that serious, but once there is infection in the bladder because of the retention issue, that can also cause another issue. Yes, because as a result of having that accumulated urine regularly in the bladder, which is not being emptied fully, it can also cause a woman to have what we call urinary tract infections. This can also come as a result of prostate gland. So for those who have all these signs or symptoms, please do endeavor and come down to our facility and make sure you get yourself treated. We have brought you a very mighty research from Germany that takes care of that your health challenge that has to do with prostate. This research is very well satisfied by NAFDAC, by all the necessary agencies for your consumptions. And for those who are coming for prostate health issue, please don't hesitate. Give us a call on these numbers to get a direction to our facility. The numbers to call are 080 34 64 2272. Let me repeat the number carefully. 080 34 64 2272. 080 34 64 2272. The second number to call is 080 23 92 4241. Yes, for those who have gone through procedure and they have been told that maybe their prostate gland has been removed and so on, and they are still having this issue to address, please stay come down to our facility. We can investigate and know what is the real outcome of your procedure, initial procedure, and what is actually happened to your system, to your body in terms of your prostate gland. So if you know you have all this kind of health challenge, our physical address remain in East West Road by Bovas Filling Station. If you are coming from Eliozu axis, it's after Rumodara Junction. By your left, you see Bovas Filling Station. We are sharing fence with that very Bovas Filling Station. The plaza is called Gold Plaza. While if you are coming from the tank, you see our office by the right before the Bovas Filling Station, which is also called Gold Plaza. The plaza is almost foremost in that area too. So for those who are coming, you can use the landmark of Bovas Filling Station. And the numbers to call once again are 080 34 64 2272. 080 34 64 2272. 080 23 92 4241. Mr. Kelly, we made mention of issues that have to do with spine problems yesterday, okay. And we know many people have these common muscular strains and even complex degenerations, diseases, often caused by back pain, radiating to numbness, even weakness of the, and also reduce your mobility. So all these things are issues that can be addressed in Greenland Natural Medicines. People will say, is everything that Greenland does? Yes. We address so many health issues because we have different specialists on all these health issues. Not that we just have one person that address all these health conditions. No, we have different specialists for the eye. We have a specialist on the orthopedic. We have a specialist on the urologist aspect, and so on. Even for fertility, yes, we have specialists on all these health conditions. So if you know you have any kind of health challenges that you have been moving helter-skelter on, be it lumbar spondylosis, cervical spondylosis, or you have this spinal issue we call stenosis, yes, or you have the herniated or the ruptured discs, and also for those who have degenerative disc disease, and also arthritis, yes, arthritis of the spine, yes, and for those who have sclerosis and even spinal fractures and so on, you have been trying to get a natural remedy to all these kind of health conditions. The right place to be is Greenland Natural Medicines. Okay. Yes, Greenland Natural Medicines located here in Port Harcourt. We have our head office in Abuja. We have our branch office in Lagos. We have branch office in Jos. We have branch office in Uyo. We have branch office scattered in the country. For those who are coming from Port Harcourt here, please, and for those who are listening from us from neighboring states like Abia, you can also, Owerri, so part of Owerri, listening to this program, and please don't hesitate. This time shouldn't be a problem. Try and locate our facility. We assure you your problem will never remain the same. For those who are coming, the numbers to call are 080 34 64 2272. 080 34 64 2272. The second number to call is 080 23 92 4241. Please, for our listeners, today we are not able to speak in broken as much, though we use all those our grammars in medical, but notwithstanding, if you know you have any kind of health challenges, please don't hesitate. Give us a call, explain yourself to us, and make sure you come down to our facility.
Thank you so much.
Be available to address your issues.
Thank you so much. I'm Dr. Amin Karim from Greenland Natural Medicine for making the time to be here today.
Thank you for having me, Mr. Kelly.
All right, I'll take you through the papers in just a moment. Please stay with us.
Tune in for a journey beyond the ordinary.
Fasten your seatbelt.
We are not just the station, we are the station. Today, 95.1 FM, the voice of the people.
All right, thank you all for staying with us. Let's take you through what the papers, a lot of the papers, they have stories around the events that played out at the National Assembly yesterday. You've listened to, well, parts that I feel are relevant, okay, to us, okay? Can't bring everything. It's not possible. Some of them is just noise, shoutings, and all of those things. Because, of course, there was a huge disagreement. But, you know, the sad thing, or perhaps the interesting thing, not the sad thing, the interesting thing is it comes down to the numbers. It really comes down to the numbers. When you see people defected and the APC celebrating those defections, you begin to understand the real implication of it. Look at the Senate. We do not agree with the provisor. We want to take a vote. Majority of the APC senators voted in support of the provisor. Just 15 of the minority got a vote against it. So you see, you can protest all you want. You can. When I say protest, I mean legislative protest. Now, I'm not talking of those that are protesting, because in fact, somebody will hear me say this one, and they will hear. They'll say you can protest all you want. That's what Kelly said. Making at the yard and they talk. Somebody who said the message. I said, Kelly, you said, hey, hear what I am saying. You can protest all you want in the legislative chamber. That is lawmakers protesting. But when it comes down to the vote, it's going to be decided by the majority. And that's just a stark reality when it comes to lawmaking. It may be Maradona, but whoever decides to Maradona and he doesn't have majority on his side is going to lose. Oh dear. It's quite a lot. Yesterday was a storm yesterday. My God. They were shouting in the House of Reps. In the Senate, Akpabi was cracking jokes and taunting colleagues. National Assembly has adopted the Senate's position on Clause 60 sub 3 concerning electronic transmission of results. Both chambers have resolved to reduce the statutory timeline for issuing the election timetable from 360 days to 300 days. So I asked the question, are the hopes for better elections in 2027 dashed? Are the hopes for better elections in 2027 dashed? That's the question for opinion poll. So I'd like to hear what you think. 0810-9510-951. Again, 0810-9510-951. So there you have the number. You can call in when the phone line is open so we can take your contribution. You can send messages 0701 9339 962 0701 9339 962. You can send us a text, a WhatsApp, traditional SMS, or you prefer a text prefer to do as a voice note, a voice message. You can keep your voice messages within 60 seconds, okay? 60 seconds to 0701 9339 962. And on Facebook, you have posts there for opinion poll, the question I just asked, and the general post at Today95.1fm, Today95.1fm, and on X at TodayFM951, on X, TodayFM951. That is for opinion poll. All right, let me take you through the stories. See, not a lot of them, just about 5 stories. We'll take you through all of them now. Daily Post. Sultan declares Wednesday, that is today, first day of Ramadan in Nigeria. The Palace of the Sultanate Council of Sokoto has announced that Muslims in Nigeria will begin the Ramadan fast on Wednesday, today, February 18, 2026. In a statement released on Tuesday night, the Palace of the Sultan of Sokoto, Muhammadu Sahid Abubakar III, said reports confirming the sighting of the new moon were received from different parts of the country. The statement says the moon sighting marks the beginning of the holy month of Ramadan, a period during which Muslims around the world observe fasting as one of the 5 pillars of Islam. Reports of the sighting of the moon were received from various locations across the country, the statement reads in part. Ramadan is a sacred month in Islam during which Muslims fast from dawn till sunset, engage in prayers, and carry out acts of charity and devotion. El-Rufai phone hacking, Rabado planning 2020-2031 presidency, setting up ADC. Amichi's position, which we listened to, was reacting via a radio contribution. Okay, via radio contribution, as seen trending on social media. All right, so let's move on from there since we already listened to it. The cable newspaper, Senate cuts election notice to 300 days to avoid Ramadan clash in 2027 polls. So this is a long story. It has parts of the things you have listened to, but perhaps to give a bit of clarity on some of the events that played out yesterday. All right, so let's read. The Senate has amended Clause 28 of the Electoral Act Repeal and Reenactment Bill 2026, reducing the notice period for general election from 360 days to 300 days. The amendment aims at preventing the 2027 presidential and National Assembly elections from coinciding with the Muslim holy month of Ramadan. The upper chamber rescinded its earlier passage of the bill and recommitted it to the Committee of the Whole, following concerns that a 360-day requirement could compel the Independent National Electoral Commission (INEC) to fix election dates within Ramadan. Opeyemi Bamidele, Senator representing Ekiti Central, a Senate leader, moved the motion for rescission under Orders 1B and 52 sub 6 of the Senate Standing Orders. The Senate adopted a revised Clause 28, which provides that the Commission shall, not later than 300 days before the day appointed for holding of an election under this bill, publish a notice in each of the Federation and the Federal Capital, in each state of the Federation and the Federal Capital Territory, stating the date of the election and appointing the place at which nomination papers are to be delivered. The notice shall be published in each constituency in respect of which an election is to be held. Bamidele equally said holding elections during Ramadan could adversely affect voter turnout, logistical coordination, stakeholder participation, and the overall inclusiveness and credibility of the electoral process. The amendment followed consultations between the leadership of the National Assembly and INEC, which had earlier fixed February 20, 2027 for presidential and National Assembly elections and March 6, 2027 for governorship and state assembly polls. Samuel Lalong, chairman of the Senate Committee on Electoral Matters, said Joash Amopiton, INEC chairman, did not deliberately fix the date to clash with Ramadan. It was the immediate past INEC chairman Mahmoud Yakubu that actually set the template for election dates from 2019 to 2031. The Senate also retained a provisor in Clause 60, allowing for manual transmission of election results where electronic transmission fails due to network challenges. Inaya Baribe, senator representing Abia South, raised a point of order and called for a division on Clause 60 sub 3, objecting to the provisor permitting manual transmission of results. Senate President, in his remarks, this is democracy in action, and directed senators to signify where they belong by standing up and raising up their hands, which we'll listen to. At the end, 55 senators voted in favor, while 15 voted against the provisor. Akpabio said those who supported the provisor had just served Nigeria's democracy or saved Nigeria's democracy. With the decision, the Senate reaffirmed that while electronic transmission of results is permitted, the duly signed Form EC8A shall serve as the primary source of results in the event of network failure. The Chamber subsequently passed the Electoral Act Repeal and Reenactment Bill 2026. Premium Times. Reps pass Electoral Amendment Act Bill amidst rowdy session. So that's the lower house now. The House of Representatives on Tuesday passed the harmonized version of the Electoral Act Amendment Bill after a prolonged rowdy session that saw shouting matches, repeated voice votes, and a walkout by opposition lawmakers. The bill, titled A Bill for an Act to Repeal the Electoral Act No. 13, 2022 and enact the Electoral Bill 2026 to regulate the conduct of federal, state, and area councils in the Federal Capital Territory elections and for related matters, was approved following clause-by-clause consideration in the Committee of the Whole. The plenary session was convened as an emergency one to address issues arising from the timetable for the 2027 general elections, recently announced by the Independent National Electoral Commission (INEC). Lawmakers had earlier adjourned for 2 weeks to enable standing committees to conduct 2026 budget defense session for ministries, departments, and agencies. Trouble began when the chairperson of the Committee on Rules and Business, Francis Wave, APC Delta State, moved a motion pursuant to Order 9, Rule 16 of the Standing Orders, seeking to rescind the passage of the Electoral Act Amendment Bill 2025, which the House had approved in December of 2025. Minister Wavier said the motion was necessary to align the legislation with emerging electoral reforms and urged members to recommit the bill to the Committee of the Whole for reconsideration. And when the motion was put to a voice vote by the Speaker, Abbas Tajuddin, a majority voted against it. The outcome sparked protests on the floor, with members openly disagreeing, resulting in a rowdy session that lasted several minutes. In an apparent effort to calm tensions, a separate motion was moved for the House to dissolve into executive, that is, closed-door session. When the proposal was put to a voice vote, lawmakers again rejected it. Despite the resistance, the House was eventually called into a closed-door session. After more than an hour in executive session, Mr. Tajuddin stepped aside and the Deputy Speaker, Benjamin Kalu, presided as the House moved into the Committee of the Whole to consider a bill to repeal the Electoral Act 2022 and enact the Electoral Bill 2026. As deliberations began, Mr. Kalu took several clauses in bulk. This drew protest from lawmakers who insisted on clause-by-clause consideration. Ignoring the objections, he repeatedly struck the gavel after voice votes on grouped provisions. Tensions escalated as some members left their seats and approached the chair, chanting clause by clause. After several minutes, Mr. Kalu pleaded with them to return to their seat, assuring them that they would restart the consideration process from clause 1 and that each provision would be considered individually, as was done during the executive session. Order gradually returned and lawmakers returned to their seats. At one point, a member repeatedly raised a point of order, claiming some lawmakers did not have copies of the document under consideration. Mr. Kalu cautioned members against speaking without recognition and directed that copies be shared. Fresh disorder broke out when the committee reached Clause 60 in reference to the controversial section on electronic transmission of results during elections. When put to a voice vote, there was a divided response. Some agreed, while a majority disagreed with the clause. However, Mr. Kalu ignored it, hit the gavel, and continued with other clauses. This led to another rowdy session, with lawmakers again approaching him and chanting Section 60. This rowdiness lasted for several minutes. Stalling deliberation, Mr. Kalu again urged lawmakers to return to their seats to continue the deliberations. He thereafter opened the floor for a debate. Babitele Salam, PDP, Osun State, proposed retaining only Clause 60 sub 3, which mandates the presiding officer electronically transmit the results from each polling unit to the RF portal after signing and stamping from EC8A. He urged the removal of the proviso that allows for EC8A to serve as a primary source of collation where electronic transmission fails due to communication challenges. The clause states the presiding officer shall electronically transmit the results from each polling unit to the RF portal, and such transmission shall be done after the prescribed Form EC8A has been signed and stamped by the presiding officer and or countersigned by the candidates or polling agents where available at the polling unit, provided that if the electronic transmission result fails as a result of communication failure and it becomes impossible to transmit the result contained in Form EC8A signed and stamped by the presiding officer and countersigned by candidates or polling agents where available at the polling unit, the Form EC8A shall remain the primary source of collation and declaration of result. According to Mr. Salem, the caveat was unnecessary and contradictory. Minority Leader Kingsley Chinda Rivers seconded the amendment. When put to a voice vote, the proposal initially appeared to gain majority support, prompting the Deputy Speaker to strike the gavel. However, following protest, the matter was subjected to a second voice vote, during which majority voted against it. Etana Benedict, Labour Party Delta State, also proposed that in cases of discrepancy between results on the RF portal and from EC8A, the electronically transmitted results should prevail. The proposal was rejected. Other amendments by Ikena Obuchinyere, PDP Imo, and Abdul Samad Dasuki, PDP Sokoto, among others, were similarly defeated by voice vote. Despite repeated objections and intermittent disorder, the Committee of the Whole concluded clause-by-clause consideration, and the House passed the harmonized version of the bill. Thereafter, adjourned to the 24th of February, that is Tuesday. So following the rejection of an amendment's opposition, lawmakers staged a walkout and proceeded to the House of Representatives Press Center. He was there. We listened to Honorable Chinda and his colleagues speak there. They also say in Section 84, okay, he argued that political parties should determine their preferred method of selecting candidates as part of their internal affairs, rather than being restricted to specific options. Well, I think the indirect primary option has now been expunged from the Electoral Act amendment. Has not been expunged, so I think it's just between direct and consensus now. Consensus, that's what is available as options to political parties in choosing their candidates. And then our final story. Daily Trust. Man in court for touching woman without consent. See? Man in court for touching woman without consent. Ekiti State Police Command arraigned a 27-year-old Oluide Oluwaseyi before a chief magistrate court sitting in Ado-Ekiti for allegedly touching a woman identified as Oluwabusayo without her consent. The prosecutor, ASP Akinwale, told the court that on or about February 1, 2026, in Ekiti State, the defendant indecently touched the victim without her permission. ASP Akinwale stated that the offense is contrary to and punishable under Section 269 sub 1 of the Criminal Law of Ekiti State, 2021. Counsel to the defendant, Barrister Joy, urged the court to admit a client to bail, providing assurances that he would not bail. The Chief Magistrate, Mr. Abayomi Adeosun, granted the defendant bail in the sum of 100,000 naira with two sureties in like sum. The case was adjourned to March 10 for hearing. At least you go pay that 100,000 naira. Just keep your hand to yourself. Just keep your hand to yourself. The refusal to do that will not cost him first to 100,000 naira, and then he will pay lawyer because he will go court just for refusing to keep his hand to himself. But the reason I read this thing is to create the awareness. If somebody has been courageous enough to go to court, another person will go, another person will go. Make we behave ourselves for this society. Everybody get rights. Keep your hand to yourself. If they say no do, no do. If they say they don't want, they don't want. Keep your hand to yourself. Keep your package inside the zipper. Lock it there. Save yourself unnecessary while like the die strong. You go to court. The sentence may be harsh. You may win, you may lose, but also consider that you may actually lose. And then you put yourself inside unnecessary while. Leave your package inside the zipper. No, don't zip it down. Zip it up and lock it there. We could use our head. All right, those are the stories. We'll take a short break. When we come back, we'll get into issues. Please stay with us.
Talk radio.
I listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM.
Get ready to turn up the volume and dive into the heartbeats of entertainment. From the hottest celebrity gist to trending music, movie buzz, viral moments, and behind-the-scenes drama. This is where the fun never stops. Tuning to Entertainment Today, only on Today 95.1 FM, Voice of the People, your station for pure entertainment. Weekdays, 11:30 a.m. Entertainment Today, where your favorite stars and stories come alive.
Get ready to feel the rhythm, the groove, and the true vibes of Africa. This is not just music. This is high life. From the legends to the latest, we're bringing you the best of palm wine grooves, jazzy horns, and soul-stirring melodies. There was a sound that told our stories, a rhythm that made our fathers dance and our mothers smile. Welcome to the thrill, a musical journey through time where legends live on and new stars shine. Join us from Mondays to Thursdays, 9 p.m. on Today 95.1 FM for the ultimate High Life musical show. Don't just listen, feel the music. High Life lives here.
Today is business. Today is a new trend for your businesses. We give you all the information you need to grow your business, new ideas and innovations that keep you earning more and staying relevant.
Every day we engage in business, buying and selling, trading and exchanging of services as individuals or as a country. Money goes round, it goes up and down. But have you ever wondered what business is all about? And have you ever wondered how you can stand out in your business?
Today FM has got you covered every Wednesday between the hours of 1 p.m. to 2 p.m.
Learn all you need from professionals on how the country runs its business affairs and how you can be an outstanding entrepreneur and grow your business.
Business Today.
Hello, join us Fridays, 7:30 a.m. on Our Topics, and together we'll review the big national stories of the week, all in 30 minutes. It promises so much fun. Our Topics, Fridays, 7:30 a.m. Don't miss it.
This one wahala be like bicycle. They just Waiting they happen. Now for today 95.1 FM, 5 p.m. Monday to Friday, bomb quem. Now yeah, you go here. Waiting they happen for Niger and Obodo the world. Now that time where we they bring you Ogbonga to them. Where go shock you. You go wonder say a person do like this. Now so we they bring them can give you acid the hot.
Now where would they find way to sweep this country? Don't run. You go to blood. In the chopper, you say this one. No worry. When time I reach, I'll say I want to.
Homeland is homeland.
Me, I couldn't get for them. I need to get a man that time for airport.
Waiting they happen. Make you know Miss Mazi Ike God Ike Machuku. And I'm secure for waiting they happen. You go enjoy yourself. No forget to say, woman they chop our recharge card. Woto. I don't tell you say this place na education center. As you sit down here with us from Monday to Friday, you go enjoy waiting they happen. Waiting they happen. Make you know miss them at all.
It all begins with breaking news.
Now make no mistake, this is a difficult mission, and it will remain difficult for some time.
Then it keeps trending. Events, issues, personalities, all struggling to gain attention. But in the race with deadlines, the intrigues, public on the current are often missed or underreported.
This policy here is a product of poverty.
But not anymore. As the platform on radio steps in to fill the missing links on events, issues, and personalities in the news.
I'm not afraid of anybody.
The platform on radio serves only the hottest topics and trending issues. Only on Today 95.1 FM. 95.1 FM. Port Harcourt.
Weekdays, 4 p.m.
Get on the platform on radio and be served.
Live your truth. Express your love. Share your enthusiasm. Take actions towards your dreams. Talk your talk. And walk your walk.
Because years ago, there's a statute of limitation on this stuff.
Make today worth remembering as we discuss issues as it affects Nigeria moving forward. Talk that talk.
Weekdays, 2 p.m.
Exclusively on Today 95.1 FM Port Harcourt.
Voice of the people.
95.1 FM. Voice of the people.
And we're back.
All right, thank you all for staying with us. Let me introduce Mr. Emmanuel Indukwe, who is our in-house analyst. Good morning to you, sir. Welcome.
Good morning, Kelly. Good morning, Nigeria.
All right, so let's go over. Let me just give you a quick shot at what the timetable looks like for the elections. So, voter registration, we understand, is on. It's going to run till January 2027. This is courtesy INEC. From July 1 to September 30, 2026, and all of this INEC is doing with the 2022 Electoral Act, okay, 2022. In fact, with what the National Assembly has done, some changes have been made. We'll look at that as well. But something to take effect only when the president has, put his pen to that paper. July 1 to September 30, 2026 will be party primary elections. Parties primary elections. So that will be from July 1 to September 30, 2026. And of course, this will be adjusted with what they have done now. Campaigns for the federal elections. Yesterday I was mentioning the federal election is the National Assembly and presidential, so they hold on the same day. Campaigns for the federal elections will begin November 18, 2026 and would end February 19, 2027. The rule is campaigns end 24 hours to the election. So the election is still February 20 for now. So campaigns would end February 19, 2027. It will start November 18, 2026. Whereas the state elections campaign will begin December 15, 2026 and would end March 5, 2027. December 15, 2026 and would end March 5, 2027. And then the election would hold February 20 and March 6, 2027 for federal and state elections respectively. So what has changed with what the National Assembly passed yesterday? I guess they're now ready to transmit that bill to the president. Okay, so this is courtesy Yega Africa. First issue is election funding. Election funds must be released to INEC at least 6 months before the general election. That's a new provision, 6 months before the general election. Previously, it used to be 1 year, but they have reduced that to 6 months. Okay. Another one is accepted IDs for voter registration, birth certificate, Nigerian passport, and NIN, that's your national identification number. You have to present something before you can be registered, okay, for your voter card. Downloadable voter cards, okay. Voters can now download their voter card from INEC website, okay. I'm sure that innovation will be good, that you can do it yourself and not wait for it to be printed by INEC. And then they'll invite you, you go and check your centers whether or not it is ready. But so now you can download your voter card from INEC website. Timeline for submission of candidates list. So this has to do with the parties' primary elections. Political parties must submit candidates 120 days before election day. You see, 120 days before election day. Before it used to be 180 days. So they have reduced it by 60 days. They have reduced by 60 days with what they have now done. Also, publication of candidates list by INEC. INEC must publish candidates list 60 days before the election. 60 days before the election. Before, it was 150 days. Before 150 days, now they've reduced it to 60 days before the election. So close to the election. So if people have petitions and they have this, will 60 days be enough for you to exhaust all of those litigation issues before the election? Well, electronic transmission of results, electronic transmission to IREV is compulsory. However, if it fails, the physical result sheet EC8A becomes the primary source of collation and results declaration. So that's the very contentious one. And the mode of party primaries. This is another one that is silent. Only direct primaries and consensus are recognized. Political party guidelines will regulate direct primaries, not electoral acts. Okay? But their guideline, they would. There are issues here. There are issues here. Only direct primaries. There is a guidelines on how parties are supposed to conduct those primary elections. There's a guideline, but now they are saying that political party guidelines will regulate direct primaries and not electoral acts. But this is not where I want us to begin from this morning. Let's talk about other things. We'll come back here because it's the real bone of contention. The thing I want to ask is it possible that Wike can pass on a chance of not reacting to anything Amechi does? I'm asking this question. He was a guest lecturer at University of Abuja, one department yesterday, and I was wondering if he would just stick to the script and just talk about the issue he was invited for. But he found a way to just get up the script, drag Amechi a bit, tell him that you brought your son as a medical doctor, you didn't bring an ambulance. So how would your son have been able to help? Well, in my local sense, just having a doctor in a room when there is an emergency could save the life of someone at least by 60% if the doctor knows what he's doing, before you can get other support to see that, okay, if he's so serious, you can push the person to the hospital and stuff. So, can he resist the urge not to react to everything Amechi does? Does it seem so?
Yeah, it's not seeming. He can do so if he chooses to. You see, that's the problem. If he chooses to do so, he can do it. But it looks as if he has chosen not to be able to do that. He must put anything at all you invite him, except maybe anyone that will give him money. That's the way he will not bring Amechi in. But if not, he must mention Amechi at anything at all he's doing. But once, that's where you see politicians, they are very sensible. I tell you, they are. When it comes to the one that will yield money to him, he will not bring Amechi. If it's something to, just look at it. He was a guest lecturer, I think so. Good. They had to bring Amechi. What Amechi did, what does it concern him? He also, himself, are there no occasions he has brought in his own children?
Even that one he went now, his children went with him.
Good. So what's the essence of all this?
He goes, literally now, I think that one, both sons went with him.
You see, Kelly, I have always said, sometimes, when you see those who are thieves, I have said it, everybody has a desire. His desire, if unchecked, that could blossom into stealing. Now, if you choose, or I choose, or anybody at all for that matter, choose not to be a thief, you moderate and suppress that your desire. And leave whatever you were, in fact, looking at and saying making the desire grow bigger and bigger to the point that it becomes unstoppable. You go and say, let me have this, and since nobody is around to see me. That's stealing. So if one makes oneself, so one will be. There is both Amechi and the Wike can just have whatever they are doing without bringing in the other's name.
Well, at least in fairness, Amechi tries to do that.
That's true.
Amechi talks about things, severely without, severally without, bringing in Wike. But for Wike, it seems like it's impossible. It seemed like that song that says, "This is my father. I will never let him rest. This is my father. He will never rest. As far as I am alive, he will not rest. So anything he does, I will call him out." I'm like, your sons, like you said, your sons literally, they go with you now. You're going on inspection. They are joining you on inspection. Citizens ask questions. Why are you taking your sons with you, even unofficial? You even took them with you to
was it
Qatar or
Dubai?
Dubai?
Whichever.
As part of the delegation. Why are you including them as part of the delegation? What's the point of it? And so on and so forth. He says, "So if I don't carry my son, is it your son that I will go carry?"
Pertinent question, though.
But you find it convenient to criticize a man who said, "I brought my son to this protest so that if there is any medical need, he can assist." That is an issue for you?
Well, Kelly, you see, looking in depth into what Amechi did, you see, like you were saying earlier on, if a doctor is in a room where there's an emergency, health emergency, you even say, is it 70% or what?
I said 60%.
I would say even 80%. There are situations where it may be 90% the presence of that medical doctor. Yes, because is it not only because of lack of, let's say the place is like devoid of a medical doctor, and so no attention at all. Then you look for a way to ferret the person out of that place immediately with an ambulance or whichever means. It mustn't even be a true ambulance. Somebody could also be carried, depending on the distance, to the medical facility. But so the issue is that there is nothing wrong there for me. But they will always think so. And then Wike will mention Amechi. I have told you that politicians are wives in a polygamous family who always are quarreling always at each other, one another. That's who they are.
So we talked about this story. We read it, I think that was on Monday. The reports seem to be swelling. Nigerians in this fight between Ukraine and Russia. The federal government came out to, it's even in case in South Africa it's also happening, in most countries it's happening, where Ukrainians will discover that you have some Nigerians or foreigners in the Russian troops, fighting them. I'm sure you probably have same with Ukraine.
Yeah.
Probably would have same with Ukraine. To what proportion is what I do not know. But it's now coming to light more and more that Nigerians are involved in this fight. The federal government passed a warning, an advisory more like to citizens, against recruitment to participate in foreign wars. With social media now and the increase in internet penetration, there comes a danger as well.
Yeah.
Our population is perhaps a vulnerable population because of poverty.
Mm-hmm.
So anything that looks good,
you've hit the nail.
anything that looks good, we do not second guess it or take a moment to probe it a little bit.
Yes.
We just get excited at the chance of a better life. So they're saying, before you jump on those offers and then you sign certain contracts you do not understand, please, we're deeply concerned about reports that some Nigerian citizens have been misled into participating in foreign armed conflicts. Such actions endanger lives and may violate both Nigerian and international laws on mercenary activities. That's a different matter. Citizens must not accept any offer that involves fighting in conflicts abroad outside approved government framework. The citizens are not even aware that opportunity is one that is taking them to the battlefield straight. It's taking them straight to the battlefield. They give them a gun, give them uniform, and boom. Next thing, they are crying because, according to this report, some of their passports are seized as a result of this entire issue. So when you look at that and the advice, do you think Nigerians will listen?
I think many won't listen. Many, absolutely. You see, Kelly, what federal authorities forget is that their countrymen and women, great number of them, are literate. They understand their right from their left educationally. And but there's one thing they know that they don't have. They collectively know they don't have that they are poor and hunger is stalking them. And who is the architect of this hunger? Federal authorities. Because they are the people that manage the economy well.
Only federal.
Of course, when I mean federal authorities, I mean entire country. Because you can talk about governors. But I'm always very careful not to blame the governor first.
Why so?
Good. The president is like a father. If you come into a family that you know that the father is wealthy, and of course from that of the man, you also will have the wife sufficiently wealthy. Now, you come in there, even if the wife happens to be wealthier, you start blaming, the children are well bad behaved, and then this and that. You are pouring everything on the woman. No, you've not come for a mission that will succeed. Blame the man of the house because he holds the authority of that particular house. It is divinely given to him. And most times you see children that don't have parents and that are living with their parents, and especially the father chooses to be with himself and not putting mouth in whatever is happening in that family. You see the children wayward. So, as a country, the president of the nation, in other words, is the federal, maybe superintends over the states. And the states sometimes look at them as mirror images to take a cue from them and behave in the way they are behaving. And so, when I say federal authorities, I'm not saying that I remove governors. No. Even individuals in their families and individuals in themselves should be blamed. But we are saying collectively, as I am, and there are certain things I may not have the be able to execute, but federal government will be able to execute that for me. They provide that because I am an individual, but they are superintending over the nation. Individuals exist in the nation. So when they are talking about the direct style in foreign conflicts and all that, they may have such laws. They may also remember that more people don't know about such laws in existence. And when you are providing, your economy is buoyant enough, people may not have need. Even if they hear such propaganda, come and join these and that, they will not even come. They focus on their own, which is within the country. So federal government should think twice. Provide before you start issuing us instructions. But, there are some humans who, even when I was young, Kelly, there's no way I will go and then enlist myself into fighting for anybody. I won't even enlist to fight for my country.
We'll go for the news updates. When we come back, we'll get into some of the issues. I have questions from this conversation. I'm not done yet.
No, go ahead.
We're back in a moment.
Whether it's happening in Port Harcourt, South, Nigeria, or around the world, we've got you covered. On air, online, delivering balanced news and unbiased analysis. Today, 95.1 FM.
Today, 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt. News update.
Good morning. Here's the news update on Today 95.1 FM. I am Miracle Emmanuel. Members of the Senate Committee on Capital Market have questioned killing at least 46 people and setting numerous homes ablaze. The Senate stressed the need to strengthen joint security coordination between Niger and Kwara states to dismantle cross-border terrorist networks, particularly in the Kainji Forest region, a known haven for bandits and jihadists. The Federal Airports Authority of Nigeria, FAN, has directed an immediate cessation of all cash collections and transactions across its operations effective February 29, 2026. The mandate aimed at enforcing a cashless economy was issued by FAN Managing Director Olubumi Kuku in a memorandum circulated to all directorates within the agency. The directive followed approval by the Federal Executive Council, FEC, for government agencies to discontinue cash transactions. According to the memo, all financial and business dealings within FAN must now be conducted through approved cashless systems with no exceptions beyond the deadline. Kuku emphasized that directors are responsible for ensuring strict compliance, urging them to adopt alternative payment channels immediately. She warned the failure to adhere to the policy would attract stiff penalties. On the foreign scene, Iran's supreme leader Ali Khamenei has warned that Tehran has the capability to sink a U.S. warship deployed to the Gulf as fresh negotiations between Iran and the United States wrapped up in Switzerland. The talks mediated by Oman were aimed at averting potential U.S. military action while addressing Iran's demand for the lifting of crippling sanctions. The warning followed a significant U.S. military buildup ordered by President Donald Trump, who has intensified pressure on Tehran to reach a deal over its nuclear program. Washington deployed 2 aircraft carriers to the region, including the USS Abraham Lincoln, positioned about 700 kilometers from Iran's coast and carrying dozens of aircraft, placing fighter jets within striking distance. Trump cautioned ahead of the talks that Iran would face consequences if it failed to strike an agreement. Khamenei responded with defiant rhetoric, saying that while a U.S. warship is dangerous, Iran possesses arms capable of destroying it, and insisted Washington.
Oga builder, Oga contractor, long time no see. That thing where they look for Sokoto, it don't land for Shoko say we don't carry our product enter River State, but say we still there for Aba. Anywhere where you did Agnes roofing product, go find you come. Our product don't enter market. Long span, made couple, step tie, small gutter design. As big man consign, we still get stone coated roofing sheet, shingle, mineno, glass board, wood shake, and rubber. No forget saying that Dr. Agnes one man where the manufacturer Agnes one man data tooth powder. Nice to carry this product enter market. Wakaskele Wugali Azonteli enter our office waiting for kilometer 20 Aba Port Harcourt Expressway. Equated Akaso bus stop behind Antwerp filling station or Bigbo LGA or Port Harcourt. You feel Waka enter our head office waiting for kilometer 7 Aba N Expressway. Ositema Aba for Abia. For more inquiries, call us on 0816 719 5073 or 0811 201 2831 or 0803 500 5489. Agnes Aluminium Roofing Product, I'm the product where go make your house the smile, whether under the sun or in the rain.
Don't let anything stop you from being active. But when a severe headache strikes, I always trust Sudrex Extra. Effective relief for severe headaches, muscle pain, and fever. Sudrex acts fast for pain relief and a non-drowsy effect. Safe and trusted for more than 20 years. Overcome pain and win your day. If symptoms persist after 3 days, consult your doctor.
Say no to the ordinary. Embrace the extraordinary, because we are the voice of the people. Voice of the people. Today, 95.1 FM.
Today, 95.1 FM.
Please listen to this infomercial.
Wow, this Forex, my God.
What
again?
Forex again.
Oh.
I've told you several times that this thing is a scam. Don't put our money there. This thing is a scam. I've told you several times.
Okay. What do we do? But you notice something, if you're listening to me right now, this is just a simple thing every good wife would always say, every good friend will always say. Don't put it again. But you keep repeating the circle because you do not lack. You lack rather knowledge. You lack the right information. You see, what you don't know is obviously bigger than you. And if you know certain things, there are keys to transformation. Rule number one, don't give somebody your money and tell the person say, I will trade for you and I will be giving you money. Don't do that. Rule number two, the Forex market is not a scam. The only issue is that a lot of people do not understand what it means to trade Forex. Are you not making exchange, foreign exchange? You go to Junction at Rumala, some of all those places where you change your dollars. And what are you doing? That's Forex. But just that this is going to be done digitally. Well, talking about that training, if you're listening to me here right now, you've gone through pains, you've gone through challenges in the Forex market, or you've gone through some of things like this, you really want to improve yourself, I have an opportunity for you. The Kingdom Capital Project, in conjunction with Trade to Retire, is here again. They did that sometime last year. Lots of persons were blessed. Lots of persons were changed. The Kingdom Capital Project is coming up again with Trade to Retire, starting on Monday, 23rd of February. All you need to do is this now. Rush down and go to their office and register, and they will teach you Forex. They will be training you on Forex for the next 2 weeks, and it's absolutely free. FREE. The Kingdom Capital Project is a kind of non-governmental organization designed to help people, to give people financial literacy. And they will be working in partnership with Trade to Retire, a complete Forex academy, 100% Forex academy. They will be training you and teaching you how to trade Forex. This will be done by professionals. So all you need to do is this now. Send your name to this number quickly. 0916 141 9928. Send your name to this number. 0916 141 9928. So you text your name to that number, and the training starts on Monday, being on the 23rd. It's going to last for the next 2 weeks. And guess what? There is an option for offline. There is an option for online. That means you can learn on site and you can learn from your house. Means you mustn't come to the office, but all you need to do is very simple. Now, while you text your name, kindly indicate, yes, I'm coming for, I'll do online, or I will do offline. Offline means you're coming to the office. So kindly indicate, type your name, Jude Jackson, online, Ruth Ebenezer, offline. So put it that way. Is that okay? Very simple. So the number again, 0916 141 9928. 0916 141 9928. Where is their office? The office is located at number 12 Rumola Link Road, King David Plaza, the last floor. Number 12, Rumola Link Road. That is the King David Plaza, the last floor. That is where you come to that place. That is it. Remember, the training is absolutely free. You're not paying anything. All you need to do is to be very serious. All you need to do is be ready to learn, ready to commit yourself to growth. And absolutely, it is free. FREE on Forex training, starting on the 23rd of this month, being on a Monday, lasting for 2 weeks. There's an online training and there's an offline training, so you make your choice. Now send your name to this number for the last time, but add whether it is online you prefer or offline. Offline means you will come to the office to learn. Online means you'll be given a link where you can join the classes online, so you could choose whichever one you prefer. The number for the last time, 0916 141 9928, 0916 141 9928. For the last time, 0916 141 9928. I'll see you there. Thank you so much for this opportunity, and God bless you all. Do have a very beautiful day.
And that was a paid infomercial.
Radio has never been this good. Today, 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt.
95.1 FM, voice of the people.
And we're back.
All right, thank you all for staying with us. Let me introduce Dr. Obidima, journalist, international affairs analyst, lecturer in international diplomacy, River State University. Doctor, welcome. Good morning.
Oh, Kelly, good morning. It is a joy and a delight to see you and to be with you and Emandukwe. I'm also a happy man today, as always.
There must be a reason for the happiness. Is there a particular reason?
I'm contented with what I have.
Okay. Speaking of contentment, did you hear Amechi's stroke? No, Wike's stroke Amechi.
Yeah.
Did you hear? I was asking myself the question earlier that can't he just pass on every chance to react to everything Amechi does? It's almost like an obsession now.
Yeah, it's when people were trying to talk about Wike's children. People say, don't bring children into politics, but he is now doing what maybe he would have been angry with people who are commenting about his children and the property he bought in Florida for his children, the land is acquired for his children, and all those things. Now that he has done this, honestly speaking, I don't know why they go through this route. You know, this kind of the type of political class we have now, why they decide to take this kind of route, and it is not right. If Amechi took his son to the protest ground and say yes, a medical doctor, to attend to, and he's talking of ambulance, did his son wear a lawyer's gown or wig when they went to Dubai? So that any person
who
commit...
That's in the case of
Wike, yes. These are the things that I don't know what they are talking about their children, or carrying their children about. I don't know what we have these children. We have also trained our children in the best universities in the world.
You don't have to put yourself inside the conversation.
No, all of us. We are Nigerians.
And he's a politician.
So I don't know about this display of children and all those things.
But do you think it was necessary for...
It was not necessary.
For Wike to stroke Amechi?
No necessary at all. He also moved with his own children. One graduated recently in the UK.
In fact, both of them were present at that event.
Is that so?
Both of them joined him to that event where he criticized Amechi.
Yes. So, both of them joined. And they could also say, Daddy, don't be saying this.
They can tell their daddy what?
They can tell their daddy.
No, they may tell him.
It's not an advice. Don't within the. We're also children.
So you don't think it's necessary, no?
It is purely and highly unnecessary. In fact, it is pediatric.
Let me introduce Andy Akwative, author, thinker, reformer. We mentioned something earlier, that if in this room there's an emergency and a doctor like you present, the chances of containing that emergency from escalating will be around, may I say 60%. Mr. Andiko said 80%. Amechi said, I took my son to the protest ground, that just in case there's anything, he can attend to those with injuries.
First aid.
Wike said, what is that? You didn't carry ambulance. So how would your son help the people that are in whatever emergency condition? That they are just playing tricks with Nigerians. First of all, is that argument tenable?
Of course it is. But the knowledge that the doctor presents with in those kinds of scenario is one that you cannot underestimate. However, even though the doctor is there are medical emergencies that you need to evacuate the patient.
That's true.
To the hospital.
But at least, but a doctor's presence can help.
Presence, the knowledge, can help forestall or prevent further damage or loss.
Okay.
Right. But you see, the point Wiki was making again, we need to understand it that we are too big on theatrics, right? Okay. In a country, we are too big on theatrics. If you really wanted your son, as a medical doctor, to fix the emergency situations in that place, there are things you could have done. The son would have presented maybe with a team, right? If you saw that doctors are doing outreaches, they are going to those environments with a team of doctors, a team of experts. They are going with medical condiments. They are going with all of those things.
It's good
because
that
you are a doctor, it doesn't mean you will just wave your hand like this.
No, I like that you answered the question and added the other things.
But it's very important.
Yeson Wike goes about with his sons.
So when Yeson Wike goes about with his sons, he doesn't say to the people that his sons are going there to provide these kinds of gains to the people. No, he says he's
going about with his sons is even louder than Amechi's case,
isn't it? He's taking his sons about that his sons may study the protocols around how to manage their farms, around how to... Yes, he said so. He said the last time he took his son abroad was because that his son had said to him that he wanted to do farm, the other wanted to do real estate, and he needed to take them hands-on. The Bible even makes us understand that that is not a wrong thing to do.
So let me ask
you must understand how to transfer to the next generation. Yes, Wiki never said that every time he took people out, he wanted them to go and help people.
I have not said what Yeson Wike did not say. I'm only saying, right? You say he's grooming them.
Yes.
One to be a farmer, another one to be a real estate manager, right?
Absolutely.
Fantastic. Taking him to the lecturer, how is that grooming? Taking them to the tour of local government area, how is that grooming?
It is
Did
grooming.
they visit farmland?
It is grooming.
I'm
it
not
is
sure
grooming. Let me tell you why it's grooming. Because you see, administration is such that the depth and the breadth of the knowledge that you enjoy in it would allow you the leverage to properly, work within it. If you are an administrator and you had not been anywhere, you do not know anything essentially about everything, you would not be able to function in that office. He's grooming them to become administrators. Who knows, they can become politicians, and there's nothing wrong with grooming your children to become politicians.
I'm sorry, I thought he said that he's grooming one to be a farmer.
Yes.
And another one to become a real estate agent.
There's nothing also wrong. Farmers can become politicians. Some of the best politicians in America are farmers. Yes, real estate people can be. Donald Trump is a real estate
They can also become politicians.
He's a politician. Yes, farmers can become politicians.
So the exposure could be more political than
whether it's political or it's not political, there's nothing absolutely wrong with that.
Chief Love, would there say anything was wrong with it, by the way?
Kelly, the problem is not that it's not possible to groom his children or Amechi to groom his child. The issue is when you are invited for another thing, different from where Amechi should come in or not, you start talking about Amechi. That's the problem.
Chief Loveday Okere, JP Square, political analyst, social commentator, voice of a Chain Nation, living in Rivers State. Chief, welcome.
Thank you. Good morning.
How are you, sir?
Very well.
Oh, fantastic. Your political principle
Well.
he doesn't pass on any chance to stroke Amechi. Can some things be averted? Just look away. It's not possible. It's not doable.
If he doesn't discuss Amechi, who will he discuss?
You discuss Okere.
Will you discuss me? Will you discuss
So it gives him joy to always talk about Amechi.
If they don't hear Amechi's name mentioned, know that Amechi is two things are involved. It's either he's no longer playing politics, or maybe he's no longer on this earth, as long as Nigerian politics is concerned. And any day you don't hear any of them mention Wiki, the same thing applies. It's as simple as that. It's as simple as that. So if you are porting anybody mentioning Amechi and Wike, in the political space, not just in Rivers State but in Nigeria.
We are talking of their children.
Are you the one presiding?
I'm a journalist.
Are you the moderator?
I'm a journalist.
So if so their names, you always hear them, just like you opening the Bible and you are reading the New Testament. You won't hear anybody mentioning Jesus Christ, or you open Old Testament, somebody is mentioning the name of Moses, Joshua, David. You are saying, why are you mentioning their names? These are characters that you cannot do away as long as anything politics is concerned.
So Wike cannot help himself. He must react to everything Amechi does.
It's not I'm sure that it's not everything that Wike is saying that he mentions Rotimi.
Wike he can't help himself. He reacts to 99.999% of what Amechi does.
I disagree with you.
Oh, Chineke, mention one that he has not reacted to.
I disagree with you.
Please tell me one he has not reacted to. Please tell me one he has not reacted to.
Severally.
But he's a politician. Amechi is a politician. There's nothing wrong. Donald Trump is still taking a swipe at Obama till tomorrow. Donald Trump is still taking a swipe.
Andy, if you don't mind, if you don't mind, are you a politician now?
No, I'm not.
Okay, you're not. So let me leave you. I want the politician to answer the question. I'd like the politician to please answer the question.
I was completely on you to hear
Please enlighten us. How is it that your political principal cannot help himself? He wants to talk about anything Amechi does. Amechi went on TV, was talking about a separate thing. This one came out. Oh, what is Amechi saying? Amechi should stop all these things. Amechi came out, did rally. They were walking on the street. They might go with fake rally, fake rented crowd. What is it?
Let me tell you, Kelly. His Excellency, the FCT Minister, is a minister serving under the President, Ahmed Bola Tinubu.
Mm-hmm.
And Amechi is from Rivers State. Mm-hmm. Now, the protest, Amechi was part of the leaders in Abuja. The protest they took seems to be a protest that looks like it is anti the president.
How can?
Yes.
How can that
it
be?
Is. Please allow me. You have your own time. So everything is geared towards making sure that they remove Ahmed Bola Tinubu. If you watch,
remove the president.
I'm not talking in terms of I'm saying
how does real time?
No, hold on. So that you don't misinterpret me.
Okay.
It's targeted towards trying to influence the electorate to vote out the president.
That is Amechi going to that protest.
Yes. If you watch his statements.
Okay. Yeah, I do understand.
Yes. He also said using the tax law that if you vote Ahmed Bola Tinubu back, so you'll be paying 25%, something like that. Now, the best person to respond to him as a Rivers man, on behalf of the Tinubu, because you do not expect Tinubu to come and respond to.
But his spokesperson did.
Hold on.
His media team guys, they did.
The best person to respond to him, having coming from Rivers State, is the FCC minister, who knows, Amechi very, very well. They've worked together. So, and he has responded to him through his speech. They went for a particular program. And he responded to it. Remember that politicians take advantage of wherever they are. It could be in the church. It could be in a commission ceremony. It could be anywhere. Once they have the microphone, they will use it to pass their message. That's what they do. All of them. So, if
Chief said that's what we do.
If Yes or Wike mentioned responded to Rotimi, he's trying to clear that doubt or try to remove that notion that has been created by His Excellency Rotimi Amechi against the president. So they are all doing their job, trying to protect their own side.
All right.
All is politics.
Okay. I'd like to move on from
so my
this
friend
issue.
Andy Akotive, he is my colleague in political field.
I didn't know that.
He's a very.
There's a place people meet now. He's
my colleague. He's my colleague. Wow. He so love my former principal, SMW, Senator Magnus Abe.
Yes.
Who I love so much.
Yes.
So that is where we.
Yes, I am committed to him.
Yes.
Until the day he becomes the governor of this country.
No,
of this state.
we are saying the same.
Yes, but I am not a. I'm not a politician. I'm not your colleague. I refuse to be your colleague.
When Obidima was in Labour Party.
Yes.
When Obidima was in Labour Party.
He was your colleague.
So okay, let me just allow you.
Wait, let me say something.
Let me just allow you.
So.
Which party are you now?
So.
They are partyless. Okay, this.
Kelly. The issue there is that we should be focusing on the welfare of the people. We should be focusing on creating an egalitarian society.
No, we are
we should
answering the
be
question
focusing on the welfare
now.
of the people, not focusing on the unnecessary display of children. So
you are blaming Kelly now for bringing this issue to table.
Let me
for discussion.
Excuse me, please. I'm in the
No,
class.
because you are directly telling Kelly that why should you bring such issue?
I'm addressing the political class, not Kelly. I'm addressing the political class, not Kelly. So, and our focus should be on this thing, governance. Why are we displaying our children? They went to this university, they are this, they are lawyer, they are estate.
When you reach your turn, keep your children for house.
They are this. Kelly, let me tell you, most of us didn't even one day loot government resources or even work to be paid by government to give all that we give to our children, and they are doing well in their own right. Let their children go and practice medicine and practice law.
All right.
It's this issue of both Azikiwe, both Sadana, Awolowo, Abiola.
Okay.
I don't know how far the children also went into the kind of politics we play in this country.
They have appointments, so
what
they
is
have appointments at the federal level.
Who is not the people are they not getting appointment at the even local level?
Let's talk about what happened yesterday. Let's get to the real what happened yesterday in National Assembly. Just the key resolutions. If the president assents to it, how our elections will change. Okay? I'm interested in this one. It used to be 150 days, but it's now been reduced to 60 days. Publication of candidate lists by INEC. INEC must publish candidates list 60 days before the election. Timeline for submission of candidates. Political parties must submit candidates 120 days before election day. Previously, it used to be 180 days.
That's 6 months.
That's 6 months.
Previously, 120 days, 6 months now.
120 days should be 180 should be 6 months.
6 months.
180 should be 6 months.
Yes.
So 120 should be 4 months.
Yeah.
120 should be 4 months or so. It's when they publish these lists that some people will now start raising petitions. 150 days would have allowed a little more time for some of those petitions to be heard, litigations concluded before the election.
150 is 5 months.
150 is about 5 months.
Yeah.
Okay? So, with what the Senate the National Assembly has done, if the president assents to it, would it not make it difficult for people to petition certain candidates that are chosen by political parties through the other means which was also talked about? Let me begin with Dr. Obdima. I'll take a reaction, but let me just introduce Dr. Innocent Eku, who's a legal practitioner. Welcome, sir. Good morning.
Thank you. Good morning.
Okay. Dr. Obdima.
Yes.
Do you think this may be a problem?
Well, I don't know. I think it would have even taking the clauses together than this clause by clause we are going now.
No, let's do clause by clause.
Well, because if I should make a general statement about what happened yesterday, dwelling on this is part of those things that I will characterize as a recipe for anarchy and a kind of preparing and fertilizing a ground for revolution, people's revolution. I'm not unhappy with what they did. I'm happy in the sense that I know that people will be prepared this time to say no to the inanities that we have been pushed through all this while in this country in the name of compromised electoral act that take the people away and for them to have what they want to have. Last week I was there and I was talking about the 4 layers of power. And I mentioned which they are now deploying, compulsory power, you know, trying to make the electorate, the people of this country, to want to do what they would not ordinarily want to do. And in such kind of situation, there could be resistance. In other words, the people can deploy another power to balance their power. And that is where we are going.
Okay.
There is a fertile ground for it. And I predicted this about 3 years ago. I said, if there is no revolution in this country in 2027, that in the next 10 or 15 years, we will not miss it.
All right. Dr. Eku, do you see this as a legit concern that could affect the election process in 2027?
There is a Herculean problem that Nigerians are not conscious of. But as an expert, let me expose it so that it does not consume this country. What has been done yesterday is a consolidation and creation of more problem for the electoral process. Because the Senate and the House of Rep, they did not think through all the integral elements in the conducting and management of election in Nigeria. One of the key area of problem is what we refer to as pre-election litigation. You will find that they have reduced the number of days for INEC to publish the list of candidates. They
That's
have
correct.
reduced it.
Yes. 60 days.
Yes.
From 150 days.
Good. They have cut off about 3 months. That means that they have created a heavy crisis in the litigant process because 150 days was not even enough for determination of pre-election litigation. Now they have reduced it to 60 days because the day starts counting when INEC publishes list of candidates. And you have 14 days to file for any objection, qualification or non-qualification of candidates, to challenge it so that the court will determine it. Now the Federal High Court have to determine it. Usually, it is expected that all this would have been determined within 6 months. But the way it is now, there will be no possibility of determination.
Before the
election will go, they will be sworn in, and it means that Nigeria is, the electoral system and processes is getting worse. So this is a very critical problem because there used to be hundreds of thousands of litigation. Many people that parties will throw up will be people that are not qualified by constitutional provision. And the law places the duty on other parties and other candidates to challenge and raise questions that the court must determine about qualification. If you watch that, there was a case in Bayelsa where a day to swearing in was when the person's case was determined.
Yeah,
and that fellow was already rehearsing how to take salute.
As deputy governor?
Yes, when the judgment was read about 4 p.m. Against tomorrow morning, that was the swearing in. You can see because of that, there were cry for constitutional amendment to allow for time. These were the expedient thing to do. But now, the Senate has defeated itself by this horrid process. Because the Senate had all the time, 2 years,
I agree,
to have done this. But they wasted all their time until the dying minutes. And in hurry, see what they have done. They haven't remedied anything.
Chief Okere.
Yeah.
That is a politician. Now you're very familiar with this situation.
Well, unfortunately, when it comes to law, I'm always very careful, and I try to be as objective as possible, despite what anybody can think about it. Because irrespective of the political party, irrespective of your interests, present or past, when you are making laws, be mindful of the effects in the future. Because the fact remains that some of those who were in ruling party yesterday, who eventually are in opposition party today, who wants this change, had the opportunity to do it yesterday, they didn't do it. Meaning that those who are in ruling party today, who are taking advantage of the position they have today, not to do the necessary thing, this may also haunt them tomorrow. So when we're talking about law, let's not do it because it favors us today, because tomorrow it may not. I have been advocating for complete electronic voting system in Nigeria. Wherever it wants to fail, let it fail there. Let's know where it has failed, so that we will now begin to know what to do in that area. So what happened yesterday was exhibition of script. Which they played it out using the law, using the authority that they have. That is all. It's just like you watching films generated with AI. You think it's real. It isn't. So for me, the only thing Nigeria would do for herself, whether it is favoring you today or not, is to go into full-blown electronic voting system.
Okay, so how about this reduction in the period INEC would release candidates?
I'm coming. You see, because everybody is focusing on this electronic voting system, we try to undermine every other aspect of this electoral act that can strengthen our electioneering or whatever electoral system. For me, the reduction in number of dates, I don't see anything wrong with that.
From 150 to 60.
Yes, I don't see anything wrong with that. Okay. You know why I say so? You know, when you make law, lawyers, participants, court, everybody who is participating in that particular thing, it is based on based on what is the correct thing.
The point.
Even if you make it 30 days, everybody will adjust themselves to that 30 days. You know, because we cannot say because it's been 60 days, we need to have time, and we shall. The essence of making laws is to, you know, change is constant. Even if we try the 120 days at this, we see that it's not good. It's an act. It can still be amended tomorrow. So say, okay, let's go back to that particular. You remember that in this country, we used to have a situation where somebody will win election and his election is being challenged. The person will be in office maybe 6 months to the end of the election.
That's what something like this would have helped us to address. If we had the laws and the time that said all of these cases must be concluded before the swearing in, we know that these matters will not drag beyond.
But this is addressing that.
Reducing it to 60 days from 150 days, how does it help the process?
They are talking about nomination of candidates now. Is that not?
After the parties have done their nomination,
fine.
INEC publishes the list.
Fine.
You know, it's when INEC publishes the list that people now begin to say, oh, this person is on this list. I know this person doesn't qualify. This person has this question. That's when people can begin to test the competence of the person that
you have
there.
a whole lot of 120 days. 120 days is 4 months for you to challenge.
No, it's 60 days.
60 days.
They are recommending 60 days.
2
now.
months.
2 months.
2 months is a lot of days for you to challenge, because the court who knows that, look, you have 60 days to determine this matter, we also determine it. Assuming I challenge it.
The courts, as we know them.
No. Because let me tell you, I was trying to give you an example here. That
excuse me, sir. Are you a legal practitioner?
Sorry, sir. Let me finish. Before you
let me finish. You can respond.
You cannot speak with sacrosanct.
Sorry, sir.
Let me speak.
I'm not being sacrosantic, but I'm telling you, you know. So what I'm trying to say is that before now, when I challenge under OTV for winning the election that I'm supposed to have won, and he was declared, before now we'll be in court
in perpetuity,
so forever, maybe 6 months,
will be enjoying
maybe
what
6
is not
months
his
to
benefits.
the end of that tenure. Court will not say that election you won, you're not the actual winner. They will declare me 6 months to the end of the election. I will now be sworn in. I will be sworn in as a governor. Meanwhile, and the people have stayed in office for 3 months, 3 years,
used the
3
money.
years and 6 months. Now that law was amended, and they said within 6 months' time, the judgment, the court must
decide.
And since then, of course, spent more than 6 months to decide.
So you don't see this as a problem?
It's not a problem. So everybody will adjust.
I will not even bother to spend so much time addressing it. This is one of the most fantastic things that has happened in recent times.
Okay.
Because everyone would adjust, including in the court system. They would adjust to the provision of the Constitution. If the law stipulates that this is what must be, the lawyers must therefore within that time do what they need to do, and the justices must within that time also do what they need to do, because we are trying to create a democracy that works for everybody. Not this one when people who ordinarily should not be winners are enjoying the offices. Do you know some of the things that we have not understood in this country is the things that in Rivers State, for instance, that Omeya did, the monies that Omeya spent, the contract that Omeya gave. Do you know that they are ultra vires? Omeya ought to return these monies. The people who took those monies ought to they needed to reverse this thing, because the court said they did not know that. In order to prevent these things, you are seeing that they are reducing the time such that the people who eventually become, they would have enough time to function in their offices, as compared to what was. Kelly, let me tell you what I think is even sad, that we are not emphasizing. I don't know if we will get there, but I should quickly talk about it. If we are not going to get there, let people know that Andy has registered this. What happened yesterday on the floor of the Senate, particularly, is an aberration to our law. And lawyers are not aware that they should be able to go to court and get judgment against that. Ask me why. The Senate president stood and identified himself as one supporting that motion. And both the Constitution and the rules of the Senate forbids him to say that the transmission, that the clause, the president stood in favor of the clause.
He didn't count himself.
He did. He stood. He already stood. He identified you. I watched the proceeding, Kelly. I'm telling you what I watched.
Andy, I beg to disagree with you.
You can disagree, but don't worry. Eventually, this is how Andy Akpotibe speaks. When I speak, eventually the rest of the people, the press, will catch up. No, I am setting the motion now. You can go. Yeah, they have caught up. You will still catch up.
The fact of the
Kelly,
matter
I'm putting it on air now that you will catch up.
Andy Akpotibe, the fact of the matter remains that if others are catching up, not me.
Kelly, you will catch up.
Because
on this matter.
When it comes to information, you know as well.
Kelly, you will catch up.
Sir, you know as well.
Yes.
That I'm hands-on on this job.
Kelly, I'm telling you, with regards to this one
there's
now,
nothing to catch up.
You will catch up.
I watched the painstakingly.
I'm the one who is speaking and you have asked me now.
You made your claim. I do have.
You have not even allowed me to finish making my claim.
I have the duty to make a clarification.
You cannot make a clarification on this except you played it on air.
I have the duty to make a clarification. One moment, sir. I'm not going to exchange it to you in a banter. You claim that what he did is what he did. I watched the entire process.
I watched too.
The house. You have to allow me speak.
Yes.
Play it
you
on
have
air,
to allow
Kelly.
me speak.
Yes.
You have to allow me speak. It's ethical. You have
Okay,
to allow me
Kelly,
speak.
go ahead and speak now. You interrupted me. I was the one that had the floor. So speak.
When the Senate got into a rowdy session, the Senate President stood up and said, "The Senate President is standing. Can there be order in the House?" He said so. The Senate President is standing. Can there be order in the House?
Will you permit me to send you the video so you can play it on
sir.
air for people? You
said
said you want to make
watched
clarification. Would you permit me to send you the video? Okay.
You insisting that we will catch up with you, and that's a bit pompous. It may be correct to your own suiting, but that's a bit pompous. I watched the entire process. I painstakingly sat and watched the whole thing. He said the Senate President is standing. In the 50-something lawmakers that voted for 55. That provisor, was he counted? No, he wasn't counted. He wasn't counted. It was 55 against 15.
14.
15. 55 against 15. He wasn't counted. So you can continue making your point so we can take the views of others.
Kelly, don't worry, I will send you the video. I'm looking for the video to send to you. Other people can jump on, but I've made my point to say that there's going to be the rest of the people we catch up, including you, regarding this issue. Lawyers will catch up. The Senate President has no rights by the Constitution and by the rules of the House, except where there is a tie. Before he indicates where his position is, he never should show his position whilst the debate or the election is going on. And he did that yesterday. It is crystal clear. I will show you the video. The video is everywhere on social media.
You don't need my permission to send me a video. You actually don't need my permission. I look at it and I have a banter with you. But you say I'll catch up. No, that's not going to happen. Dr. Eko, you want to add something?
I want to clarify something.
Yes. It is important for Nigerians to know that laws are made for the good of society, not for the good of a particular class of citizens. This electoral law amendment has not been made for the good of Nigerians, because the greatest problem, dilemma of this country is our process of choosing leaders. Each time, the leaders who emerge are not responsive to the people. They are leaders that are filled with arrogance and does not want to respond to the yearning of Nigerian citizens. It is because they know they can always rig themselves out. Any day rigging of election is curtailed. Leaders who emerge will continue to please the people by working well and respecting the rule of law. These people have refused total electoral transmission because they want to keep room to be able to stay in power. Because the moment the wishes of the people prevail, 90% of the ruling class will not return.
Okay. Mr. Ndukwe, so you know the area we're looking at. Political parties must submit candidates 120 days before election day. Previously, it used to be 180.
All right.
That's the new amendment. Yes. With this now, INEC must publish candidates lists 60 days before the election. It used to be 180 days. Okay, it used to be 150 days. 150 days. So I'm asking, is when they make those publications that fresh litigations will begin. People will challenge the competence of these candidates that have been announced and all of those things. The challenge has been, how do we ensure that pre-election matters are done before these persons are sworn in, right? Even with 150 days, we rarely even succeeded at getting all of those cases done.
Thank you very much.
60 days now, doesn't it make it all the more difficult?
It does. I see, for me, who has no blood of politics, I don't even need it, I tell you, Kelly. Their behavioral exhibitions in politics is nothing that I should even align with. Let me tell you, Kelly, when you are saying, for instance, that that number of days is enough and people, all stakeholders, let me put it that way, could adjust to it, have you forgotten that our court system is still analog? And they will keep on dragging because are they using digital system in doing anything? Now, or is there any part of the Constitution, thank God Dr. Eku is here, to tell us that indeed, because it's reduced and expressly they will give an accelerated hearing? If there is no such, then it makes it all the more worse. This low 60 days compared with 150 that has not been easy with 150, and you make it 60 and you think it will be better. For me, Kelly, I have told you always that you see the pillar or the plank of this exercise is for these particular lawmakers to be able to find themselves, those of them that have ambition to be coming there often, so that they'll have that particular opportunity to be coming there. Because if they make it transparent, they will not be there always as they wish. That is just it.
Kelly,
Dr. William.
Yeah, there's something I wanted our barrister had to clarify, but it didn't go there when Okere was making a statement. But about the 2 months, is there any law that will come up if they want to finish everything within 2 months to compel INEC to make available materials to anybody who is going to court, that this within 5 days they should produce those documents, CTC document, and hand over to that person?
So that's a post-election
wait,
issue, right?
Wait.
Right, I want to confirm
Yeah.
Post-election issue.
Yeah, you know, give INEC that where INEC fail to do that, that there should be consequences. The person who is challenging should be protected as much as possible. You see, if they don't, we create gaps, and these things are not closed, and you test something for the first time, it is so disastrous, and that is when we begin to think of how amendment will come, laws will come to close. Because these people who are doing this thing today in National Assembly, including Tinubu, they sat down to plan all these things.
Okay.
So that I don't know what to have in this system, an American system where they have prosecution, an adversary, that kind of a, our own system is that of adversary also. Adversarial, you know. So, and it makes it difficult, quite difficult for somebody to meander that route of getting justice.
Okay.
You know, unlike other crimes where the thing now, the onus is on the, even the party that you are taking to court to really like a neck.
So your concern is
my concern is all this thing, because if you look at what happened yesterday, all these things are bobbing traps. They are bobbing traps to ensure that opposition is so trapped in a way that it will be difficult for them to begin to seek or get liberty.
All right.
Let me answer that question. There is indeed a law that regulates the way and manner election litigation should be done. There is what we call practice direction, issued by the president of by the chief judge of the Federal High Court. So that practice direction tried to abridge the modus operandi of proceeding in order to be able to accelerate. That is a subsidiary legislation. But the main election litigation, that is post-election litigation, tribunals, is regulated by first schedule of the Electoral Act. Now, you will see, that is why I said that the Senate and indeed the National Assembly have disappointed Nigerians. In fact, what they did is a total ridicule of the entire nation. They do not mean well for this country. They are self-serving. The reason is that they amended the Electoral Act, but they did not amend the first schedule, which regulates how election tribunal will operate. So they left it as old. No section of it was touched.
So the issue,
meaning that the old order
will still remain
the same. Now, you cut from 150 to 60 days, and you didn't amend the first schedule that regulates. It's a nonsense. It's a problem. See, I'm an expert in election litigation. I handled 14 in the last season, 14 major election litigation of all shade. House of Assembly, governors, House of Representatives, Senate. Now, as a seasoned practitioner, an expert in it, I can tell you that I'm weeping for this country for what the Senate did. How do you amend the Electoral Act? You didn't amend the first schedule, which regulates how that processes will go.
All right. The point
so
is,
that needs to be done so that everything will be wholesome.
well, you know, you said it, and I expressed anguish earlier. I expressed that same anguish earlier, right? I said, even right now, they are amending the notice of election period to 300 days to catch up with what INEC has done. And I said to me, ordinarily, INEC should be following the lead with the National Assembly and the executive. But the National Assembly, they are adjusting to catch up with INEC, and they had 2 years to decide on this matter. It dragged till this point. But let's even move on from there. Let's look at, do you think reducing INEC funding period to 6 months could affect INEC preparation for the election? Because that's another thing here. INEC funds must be released to INEC at least 6 months before the general election. It used to be 12 months. Chief Okere.
Well, before I respond to this, let me also, we had an argument before over what Akpabio said. I've tried to go to that video.
Please, let's go.
And, no, hold on, please.
Okay.
Dr. Bidema, for once, let's be serious.
Are you serious?
I've just watched the video from beginning to the end. Akpabio never counted himself as one of the people who want to vote for or against that particular amendment. He only said, if you are for the provisor, stand and raise your hand. If you're against, also do the same. And at the end of the day, he told somebody to
The senator
count.
was counting.
Yes, it was 15 and 55. So, except it's another video. If it's this one that myself and Andy Apotibe is watching here, I think Andy was wrong on that particular one.
So I will send you the video now.
Thank you.
You want to pause? I will send you the video.
Please go on. So, even if you don't conclude, we'll come back after the news to conclude.
Thank you very much. You're always a good man. So, what I'm trying to say here is that
let him conclude now.
They said at least 6 months.
Yes, at least.
Meaning that it can be before a year.
But we know our reality now.
No,
we know our reality.
I understand. So, if they say at least 6 months, if we are a serious nation, if we are serious, INEC is already an institution running. It's an institution on motion at all time, with funds from time to time. So I'm sure that this particular funding they are talking about is specific mainly for general elections like this, and they are saying 6 months before then. So the administrator who knows the importance before 6 months, he has the ears of the president or whomever that should be funding them. So before 6 months, I think there's nothing also wrong with that. It's putting everybody's onto to make sure that you do what they're supposed to do. Because sometimes I discover that if you give people too much time, everybody will relax and be thinking that there is time.
Do you believe that the said administrator will be prudent enough in realizing, prudent and diligent enough in realizing that we need to release the funds for INEC on time?
That is the expectation.
As our expectations be met in Nigeria?
No, I said that is the expectation. Let us be faithful.
As our expectations as citizens, have they been met in this country?
At least, we are talking about law here now. Let it be that someone has faulted the law in one way or another. At the appropriate time, we will know. And if you're an administrator, if you are the INEC officer or whatever, and the fund is being delayed, you shout for Nigerians to hear. It's as simple as ABC. If you don't shout, it is you.
The news update, and we're back. Please stay with us.
Whether it's happening in Port Harcourt, South, Nigeria, or around the world, we've got you covered. On air, online, delivering balanced news and unbiased analysis. Today, 95.1 FM.
Today, 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt. News update.
Good morning. Here's a news update on Today 95.1 FM. I am Miracle Emmanuel. Figures from the Budget Office of the Federation shows the ministers in charge of key infrastructure and service delivery agencies are grappling with a severe funding squeeze. The data used for this report was the most updated available from the BOF, as the agency had yet to release comprehensive full-year implementation figures, despite the fiscal year being well advanced. The figures show that MDAs received less than 1 trillion naira for capital projects in the first 7 months of 2025. An analysis of data from the Budget Office of the Federation's medium-term expenditure framework and fiscal strategy paper showed that while 18 trillion naira was appropriated for capital expenditure for MDAs and others in 2025, the January-July pro rata benchmark stood at 10 trillion naira. The Federal Ministry of Health has ordered an immediate disengagement of directors who have spent at least 8 years in the Directorate cadre with immediate effect. The directors affected include those in the ministry, federal hospitals and agencies, among others. The memo announcing the enforcement of the order at the FMOH was signed by the director overseeing the office at the Permanent Secretary at the Federal Ministry of Health. He ordered all heads of agencies and parastatals to ensure that the affected staff hand over all official documents and possessions with immediate effect. Their salaries will be stopped by the IPPIS unit and mandates the officers to refund to the Treasury all emoluments paid after their effective date of disengagement. Former Kaduna State Governor Nasir El-Rufai has spent the second night in the custody of the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission as his lawyer, A.U. Mustafa, SAN, pushes for his release on bail. There are, however, indications that the Commission may seek a remand order to extend his stay in custody to enable him respond to questions posed by investigators handling his matter. The former governor arrived at the EFCC headquarters in Abuja on Monday around 10 a.m. for questioning in connection with an alleged 432 billion naira corruption probe. An official of the Commission who pleaded anonymity said the anti-graft agency was considering obtaining a remand order after the expiration of the hours allowed by law to enable investigators conclude questioning him. El-Rufai's counsel, Mustafa, confirmed that the former governor remained with the anti-graft agency while insisting that his client had fully cooperated with investigators. And on the foreign scene, the UN Refugee Agency, United Nations High Commission for Refugees, and 123 partners have appealed for $1.6 billion to support millions of people in 7 countries forced to flee their homes in pursuit of safety. UNHCR made the call in a statement as the war in Sudan approached a 4th year. The 2026 Sudan Regional Refugee Response Plan aims to deliver life-saving assistance this year to 5.9 million people across 7 neighboring countries: the Central African Republic, Chad, Egypt, Ethiopia, Libya, South Sudan, and Uganda. The plan will continue to prioritize aid for roughly 470,000 new refugees who are expected to cross into these countries, as well as thousands more who remain in border areas and have received only the most basic assistance. UNHCR's Regional Director for Eastern and Southern Africa, Mamadou Dian Bauj, said the need for a fourth annual appeal underscores the relentless impact of the war and the humanitarian response struggling to keep up. And that was the news update on Today 95.1 FM. I am Miracle Emmanuel. Thank you for listening.
Today's news, today's entertainment, today's sports, today's issues. Today on Today 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt.
.1 FM, Voice of the People.
And we're back.
All right, we thank you all for staying with us. Let's continue our conversation. Dr. Eku is still in the studio. I'd like to ask him about the funding issue. Do you think the funding issue might also be a challenge for INEC, the build-up to the election? 6 months.
Obviously, it will be a challenge. The reason is that 6 months is too short, considering the fact that several of their facilities are imported. Yes, systems and machineries are imported. They need to be paid for. They need to be airlifted or shipped, cleared. They also need to be distributed into the various geopolitical zone, states. Logistics require time.
True.
And it is important that a budget for a national election as vast as Nigeria should have reached INEC not less than 12 months.
So, you know, now you said this, because I don't know how they print some of those sensitive materials.
Some of their facilities are done locally, but several are brought from outside. Importations of facility systems are from outside.
But they should have, INEC by now should have funding guarantees. In the sense, they should be credit-worthy. Bring these things, get it available. I know that for some of the means, they may require you to make down payments.
Yes.
Right? But INEC by now should be credit-worthy in the sense that who is bankrolling you? The Nigerian state. So, on that basis, this concern should not be such that would completely mar our elections in 2027.
INEC usually encounter and suffers certain emergencies that bloat their expenditures. For instance, if there is crisis in the constituency and the election is midway, cancelled or suspended because of security reasons, crisis, a day to be rescheduled, further logistics, further expenditure, these are unforeseen. They could bloat the budget. They could shift the budget.
Maybe all of those have been factored in into the almost 1 trillion that is submitted.
So because of the fact that election should be transparent, handled with due diligence, meet international observers' satisfaction and standard, there is the need for them to have their funds early. I see 6 months as a fire brigade approach.
Like what the Senate have done now?
Yes.
Fire brigade?
Yes, fire brigade.
Dr. Obidima, 6 months, you think it's going to be a problem?
Kelly, there is nothing they have done so far that is quite cheering. And that is
the National Assembly?
Yeah, National Assembly. And that is helpful to our electoral process. In fact, all that they have done is to announce that 2027 election, they are prepared to scuttle it. You know, that is the language they are sending to us. And will Nigerians be sensitive and begin now to resist this kind of arrangement.
What can they do now?
No, you see, they can do
Nigerians are
something.
protesting at the National Assembly already.
They can do something. We should sustain this, not just National Assembly. We should even go to state, both INEC headquarters, state branches of INEC, and occupy. You see,
why occupy INEC?
Yes, we should, because it is still part of the whole thing, the whole package. When we begin to occupy, it will also be sending signal that 2027 election will not be as usual. It will not end at INEC headquarters in Abuja. It will also, the ones at the state will also feel it. So everybody begin now to behave themselves. And anybody that's saying within our Nigerian system, we now know how this country was. It's a dysfunctional state, a disorderly state, things that the kind of political class we have now are not decent, and they don't think of decency. They don't even bother whether there be consequences for their actions or not. There's that reign of impunity, and they are doing this like daylight robbery. If the time they were releasing money to INEC, this money is not released at the same time. The time they were releasing money to INEC for one so thing, that, printing of voters card, doing all this,
training of ad hoc staff,
all those stuff, making logistic problems, both air, land, sea, and you begin to tell me that the president INEC has that capacity to work, to be sincere within 6 months to put all these things in place. It is a lie. A very big lie, because they will also be attending to party issues within this period. So why do they cut down this not even 10 months, just by half, 6 months, and they have positioned this election to fail, and they should be prepared of the people's anger. I thank God that as we are here in this studio watching the screen, Mike Guinea urging President Bola Tinubu not to sign this electoral act.
Okay.
Because this is a recipe for anarchy in this. And I want to urge the opposition leaders should mobilize Nigerians. They should lead this battle, mobilize Nigerians.
Okay.
We are ready to come out.
Mr. Ndukwe.
Who are the way?
Okay.
Mr. Ndukwe. The 6 months for funding of INEC.
Well, Kelly, you see, I really don't know, because I'm not always interested in listening to this thing, because the people at the National Assembly, they don't show interest that they are working for Nigerians. And so my mind is completely away. See, Kelly, when we see them reduce what was assigned many months, and they bring it to fewer months, if it were in a well-managed country, that will mean there's something, they want to learn something, and they will do it, they will stick by that particular reduced size and achieve something out of it. But you see, this one looks like they are doing everything. If you will not conduct, and we are going to make it very difficult for you people to have another election. Since you people have gradually, you are opening your eyes to make sure that we won't be coming as we wish. We won't be coming back here as we wish. And so you are opening eyes, and we are going to show you that we're already grounded here. So it will be a recipe for these lawyers that I know that think ahead. Didn't they also think about this kind of thing, this loophole? Did they think about it? And from there, the case will be nailed, the technicality. So it looks like when you say all these ones you see they are doing, when it comes to, it's been reduced to this number of days and all that. And it was so thing. Yes, it was reduced, it was amended. That's what the loudness will be strident on anybody. Okay, since it's been like that now, it's not part of the law. That's when you go to that schedule where it was not touched. So I'll add that because the schedule was not amended. There it ends. So what already was the intention will prevail. Because they'll go back to the old order.
So INEC not receiving funds before 6 months. Very likely that they won't receive before 6 months. Because they say at least 6 months. It's very likely it could be the 6 months when INEC would have been screaming, we are yet to receive money, we are yet to receive money. And by then, they need to close deals with these logistics officers, as Dr. Eku rightly said. The things that they need to be printed, all of my.
And I thought that the name of our electoral body is Independent National Electoral Commission. That commission supposed to be independent.
No, but they have to
their funds are supposed to be credited to them without encumbrance.
Okay.
They are supposed to be a body developing the electoral process in a transparency that will build the nation. They are not supposed to be subject to anybody's manipulation. That is the meaning of independent.
All right, let me take Andy's view on this funding for INEC. 6 months. Do you think that will be a challenge for INEC and planning for the election?
So, like my friend and senior comrade in the struggle for a long time, Barrister Mikey Guinea, said very recently, he said he has said good night to a lot of things about Nigeria. Today he was even on a rise. I just got off the phone with him a couple of minutes ago. I am starting the conversation today to say I've said good night to a lot of things that pertains to INEC and their request for monies. The last cycle of election, INEC requested for so much money. As a matter of fact, they put over 50% of what they requested for the last cycle of election on technical issues, technicalities, technical issues, IT. INEC put over close to 50% of their budget on it. The elections were held. Yakubu came and said they had technical glitches. And they had budgeted monies and put close to 50% to addressing technical issue. The monies were released. And as I speak to you till today, the National Assembly responsible for oversighting, they have not even called the attention of this INEC to say, you had technical glitches, yet we gave you this much money. Did you not poka-yoka this challenge from the point where you were planning? How that we gave you your budget. And as I speak with you now, over 200 billion, right? This budget, this current budget that INEC is requesting for is more than 200 billion, right?
800 billion.
Yes. Over 200 billion of this 800 billion is also for this technical issue.
Okay.
The previous one, they had 160 something billion. Out of 300 and something billion that they were giving, 160 something billion was for technical.
So the funds they are receiving is not justified.
So they receive funds and they are not doing anything with the funds. And what is even more troublesome for me or troubling for me is that nobody is even asking these questions. These contractors that keep getting these monies to address technical issues, 100 billion, 200, they have earmarked 200 billion now for this one. If you looked at the line item of this 800 billion that they are requesting, over 200 billion is for technical.
So giving them 6 months or not doesn't make any difference.
It doesn't make any difference. It's totally, the people are just looking for opportunity to steal. Because I have said severally, if you fixed the protocol very well, you didn't need to budget this much money for election. Do you know how much how much 800 billion we do for education, for healthcare in our country. Do you know that they're even budgeting to pay dogs, to feed dogs in elections?
Because
they are budgeting. They are budgeting
to be on election duty.
Yes, the dogs will be on election duty. Why do you need in a country where, if you looked at even our neighbors, Ghana, you saw that they did not even expend this much monies on election. Why is INEC refusing to think out of the box? Indeed, that's why Mike Igini, my senior comrade, and myself, we have said good night to Nigeria and Nigerian electoral system. I kid you not, because until Nigerians are insistent on what they are using our monies for, these people will keep pulling the wool over our eyes. With 200 billion now on technical, yet they are passing a clause to say that should there be challenge with technical, that you can go to the from EC8 to go and upload the result or whatever, and you are budgeting over 200 billion.
All right, let's go to another area. Mode of party primaries, direct and consensus. They have expunged indirect primaries. And my local understanding is indirect primaries is party delegates now.
Yes.
The delegates are selected. Those delegates will choose.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
Via votes.
Yes.
Direct primaries, card-carrying members of the party would come and choose the candidates of their choice.
Yes.
Right?
Yeah.
Across the different constituencies.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Consensus is them will decide. The stakeholders will decide.
Yes.
The parties can choose which they want, consensus or direct.
Yes.
But they also said political parties' guidelines will regulate direct primaries, not electoral act.
You see,
they are throwing it open to the political parties now to decide how to do it.
Is that what the new electoral act is saying?
That's what it's saying. That's the amendment. That's the amendment.
I was thinking that I had the Honorable Kechinda protesting that the act should make provision for political parties to decide whichever mood, that it should not be restricted to only direct and indirect
and consensus. Direct and consensus.
Check that in again.
It's direct and consensus.
So now let me state my position.
Let me just state something here.
Okay.
This is an hypothetical scenario which I mentioned earlier. We talked about it in this studio. When I said that the way the APC registration was going and it being done, coordinated, led, as we had seen them by Tony Okocha and not Tim Fubara, isn't it possible that the supporters of Fubara could be sidelined in the APC? So imagine they do direct primaries. The party set up the framework, right? And you bring your card that you're registered member. They tell you that we don't know you in the APC.
Yes.
You do not have powers to vote for candidates in the APC. And if the parties, if the electoral act is now throwing it open to say, parties decide how you want to do your direct primaries or consensus, how are we sure that there's going to be some level of control and ways that promotes internal democracy in our political parties as we know them? Chief, now you can respond.
Okay. So I will revisit that particular
scenario I created.
No, that particular session of electoral act that is being amended. But I know that the 2022 electoral act provided for
the three
direct,
indirect, and consensus. Because Buhari rejected a similar bill. He said, no, you cannot restrict political parties to only this. Include the other ones.
Yes. You are very correct. No, but for me, as a politician, I want to say that now that we are still discussing about this electoral act, if anybody is hearing me, if anybody can reach them, because ordinarily the National Assembly members are supposed to have summoned a town hall meeting where our opinions would have, been part of their decision to decide there. But across the country, they are just doing the things on their own. I have not attended any town hall meeting summoned by any National Assembly member. If it has happened, I stand to be corrected. Let me know, because the principles of legislation or a representation is that one of the ways of conveying the message for their people is that there must be a town hall meeting where opinions shall be taken randomly. Now, having said this, my position on this is that anything about consensus on primary elections should be expunged. should be, because you are empowering, you are creating a kind of you are empowering few persons
to decide the
to
future
decide
of
the fate of everybody in the political party.
Delegates will not get money again.
Okay, you are creating monsters in the name of the Electoral Act. For me, the most organized form, it may not be the singular way, but the most organized form is the indirect primary, where delegates select whomever represent them. It's the most decent way. Even if this way you're talking about direct primary, you're opening way for rigging, where somebody will chunk out 1,000 votes from any place, even where people have not even gone to do the election. Okay, so the most decent way is the direct primaries, where delegates.
You said indirect now.
Sorry, indirect primaries, where delegates are choosing based on there are what we call statutory delegates.
By virtue of political appointments and all of this.
We are one last election.
But please go on.
So there are statutory delegates, and political parties have these records. That is why you have committee, electoral committees, primary electoral committees. The one that they removed this man, the Imo State governor recently. This is their duties. Before this election is done, they will look at the list from each state, and from number 1 to Z, A to Z, to see if there is anybody who is there that is not qualified as a delegate. Now, you also have delegates elected. Now you have party officials who are qualified. And if you are playing these politics to represent their party in any way, you play the politics there. You go and lobby them. So if you are saying direct primaries, you are opening a window of malpractices because you cannot control them.
So you have a problem with this. This might be a problem for you.
For direct primaries and indirect primaries, I don't have much problems.
No, indirect primaries have been removed. You don't understand.
Indirect have been removed.
Indirect primaries has been removed.
So you cannot be a delegate.
Are we not
come.
This
indirect primaries has been removed.
I'm just hearing it for the first time. I don't think. I don't think.
I'm telling you now. Indirect primaries has been removed.
Okay. Let me just. I just heard it for the first, but I will verify. Don't worry. You're a journalist. You must have done your what do you call it? Investigative whatever.
I just did my work.
Thank you, you did your work. But let it leave it there. But I'm not saying as a person that the best mood is the indirect primary and the direct primaries.
Okay.
But anything that has to do with consensus
and direct
in choosing candidates, my brother, this one should not even near. Otherwise, we are in for trouble.
Oh.
Andy.
Yes.
The mode of primaries, direct and consensus.
The truth of the matter is that I'm totally not in support of any of them. If you looked at the merits and the demerits of all of them, you would understand that indeed we are looking at the non-issues. We are looking at the symptoms.
There's no oligarchy in the system.
We are not looking at the real issues. So parties already have a mechanism of determining who becomes without your knowing. The people who are the owners of the parties decide indeed who becomes what. And a lot of us are fooled to thinking that there are individuals who decide who becomes, other than the principalities of the parties, that it is the candidates that decide who becomes whatever. If you looked across our political landscape from the very first day that we started what is called democracy, you found that a few people who own the parties, quote and unquote, have always decided who becomes. In our recent past in Rivers State, we saw an individual bought tickets or forms for literally everybody that was contesting. How they decide who becomes what, until we go to the grassroots of fixing the problem, the etiology of giving the party to the people. whether you are talking direct or indirect, if we stood here to talk about the merits and the demerits of these two, you would understand that the Nigerian politician will always corrupt whichever is given to him. He would always corrupt it, whether directly or indirectly. So let us create political party systems that would give the party to the people indeed. The individuals will be the ones contributing. Today we are even having conversations about ADC and why ADC would not win. Before I got here, I was in a conversation with somebody who was telling me that, you know why ADC will not win? And I was saying why. He said, because who is the person, who is the money bag, who will sponsor ADC as I speak with you now? Where is the governor who will bring out the money like Okowa brought? Where is the governor who will bring out the money like Rotimi Amechi brought? Where is the governor who will bring out the money in that way? You think that Nigeria, when you want to do an election, you want to run as a senate, you spend between 1.5 billion to 5 billion. Between 1.5 billion to 5 billion if you want to be a senator. Who is the person who is going to give these monies in this political party, for instance? Do you see why Makinde, why Atiku is already going to have conversations with Makinde, why he's already going to have conversations with a few people? Because they understand these things. There are individuals who own these political parties, Kelly, and whether you want to speak English from here till tomorrow, whoever they say is the one who emerges. See what happened in the by-election in Rivers State recently, this thing. They picked a person and it remained. The system will produce that person that they are picked. So for me, give the political parties to the people. Let the people be the ones in this sponsoring these political parties.
Okay.
Then we can begin to have conversations around direct or indirect systems of choosing your leaders.
Dr. Obijima.
Yes, you know why I was...
Chief, are you checking? Are you checking to confirm the mood of primaries?
I'm checking.
Okay, this electoral act.
Yes.
Please check. As I check it, be checking your heart too.
You know,
what I've told is legit information.
The point is that
if it is,
they are taking work away from Lord Doke.
How? If the
as a professional,
How can I say problem?
If they adopt direct primaries, am I not part of it?
I say problem. Where problem?
You know, delegates will know how much they take home. Yes, Kelly. You know, when this issue came up, my master's students hearing me now will say, Oga told them this on Monday. You know, there's what we call the concept of structural power. Is built on master-servant relationship. It is also we have it capitalist labor. You know, in other words, with the same internal interests, that internal relations that exist among them, having that kind of interest over the servant, over the laborer. This is exactly where Nigerian politics is now gravitating towards. And though our policies have been highly manipulative, but this time, in fact, this is the crudest we are going to experience in this country. And who says, I continue to say with certainty, who said there will be no disruptions in this kind of arrangement? It is a lie. If you go back to history, you know, if you go back to history, nations have emerged from this kind of ashes we are seeing now to become what? A modernized state. There is no, both in Europe, America, everywhere, where people decide, it's not money that drives people. There is something that comes in the life of people and they decide enough is enough. They begin to reset the nation. It does not take 100% of the people. No. It takes about 20% of the people to say, no, we are going to reset the nation. And when it happens, it comes like a conflagration. And the old order must surely collapse.
So revolution.
No, the must surely. I'm telling you from literature, what has happened historically.
I just asked.
It happens, yes. And that is where we are being driven to now.
Revolution.
Revolution. The people must rise. Okay. It's not military coup. No. It's the people. And the people will pay the price.
Okay.
And there'll be a new nation.
All right.
Look, let me tell you this issue of delegate. Indirect.
So you like the indirect?
Direct.
Expunging the indirect.
Look, I told you that politics is so manipulated that it's even becoming too crude. That unlike before, with what they are doing now, even the consensus, everything about it, because if you say the issue of direct, the people are hungry, the people are partying. They know the people they will put in bus to the center where they will stand, and the people they will take out from the bus. If you come to the indirect, people like my friend here can be choosing, to be there, and the incentive will be provided. Then when they talk of consensus, the consensus is even the worst.
That's the worst.
And that is what APC will adopt. You see the consensus, they will adopt it in their decision. There is no going back to say direct or whatever. No, they will just choose the people they want to contest election, and it's carry go. So where did that take us to? It takes us to where anger. Even within APC, anger of the people.
For revolution.
Yes.
I will even this in a bit with Chief Obidema, because the people cannot even get angry. If you are waiting for that time, I'm sorry. Are the people conscientized enough to be able to appreciate what is good from what is bad?
Andy, in this studio now, I'm angry. But this is angry.
Is he angry?
Yes, he is.
It will shock you. It will shock you. It will shock you. It will shock you what is happening in this country. Just a call to barrister or just a call to you can change this your anger. A call to you or a call to barrister will change this your anger.
No.
Just a call.
But you are raising allegations against them.
That's something.
No, but they are here now.
No,
we have seen this.
You are saying that they can be bought. You are saying they can be bought. You are saying they can be bought.
No, I am saying just a call to you. Just one call put through to you. Because we have seen these things now, Kelly. There was a time in this state.
Excuse me, Emma is angry. Even you who is angry. No. Emma is angry. You know that
because completely I'm away from the whole thing.
Yes, that is anger now. That's anger.
That the whole thing is not going through.
What is that? It's anger.
Nigerians don't know what is good from what is bad.
Joke apart.
They don't.
Excuse me. Let me. Okay. No, it can come in.
Nigeria is in a dilemma. It's not something to joke about. Nothing sinks a nation like where we are now. Where we are now, the entire society, the entire three arms of government is very lacking in transparency. Very lacking in transparency. Nothing sinks a nation like this scenario, this situation we are in. Is very provoking that every process in this country is ridden with deceit, treachery, and anti-people's outcome. Anti-people's outcome is a doomsday recipe.
All right.
So let me conclude. Yes.
Quickly.
I want to say this. I love Obi rhetorics. And that was what I said few weeks ago. I said Obi should blend realism and idealism. They should blend all these two. That the reality of Nigerian politics and your ideas of how a society ought to be. Put it together. And I love the statement he made in Akwa Ibom just over the weekend.
Okay.
And I will encourage him.
Surprise, and you're not optimistic.
I said good night. If I tell you the number of people.
Excuse me, let me finish.
Okay.
And I will encourage him to sustain that rhetoric.
All right, I need to.
It will give us.
I need to move to Dr. Iku on the mode of party primaries. That's what we are.
Yes, actually, I had advocated earlier that the process of recruiting leaders in Nigeria is very corrupt, very awkward, and very destructive of the Nigerian society. Because if you talk about the indirect, is highly monetized. You see that they just budget $2,000 for each candidate, and the money bags gets it and distributes, and it's over. But that is not how a society should operate. I want Nigerians to think about tomorrow. Where is this country heading to? What society are we building? All the children that are graduating every year, they have no job. I did a study recently, and I found that 96% of every graduate that had graduated in this country in the past 20 years have not been able to be gainfully employed. They have not been able to be gainfully employed. That is alarming. That is what the president, the Senate, the governors are supposed to be busy about. But we have left this country sinking in that manner. Now, if you talk about the direct, if the direct can be made transparent, because parties have register of members, and it is those people that are supposed to vote. That means that the unit is the ward. Is the ward. Every ward votes. And if you have 200 people in a register, then
for
the 200
a ward,
people,
the 200
for
should
the
vote.
ward. So they vote. And when they vote,
That would have been good.
They collect.
That would have been good if it was going to be transparent.
Transparent, yes. So now, if they just collect into a system the number of what and number of people, and then return the results they collect, nobody should pay money. People should just do one page of the summary of idea they are coming to represent, and then they should paste it in every word, and people will decide.
They wouldn't get.
No, but you know they can't even pay. Imagine you had a large ward.
Yes.
We say 2,000 party members.
Yes.
2,000. Do you want to pay 2,000?
It will be very difficult.
It will be difficult for the candidates to pay that amount of money. It
So
will be
my
difficult.
point is, let us as Nigerian people deliberately institute transparency in anything we do. That is the way this society can be healed.
So if we had a transparent system,
yes,
direct primaries would have been good.
Yes, it would have been good.
But consensus would have been counter direct primaries.
Yes. And it is also important, you see, what they have done now in this electoral amendment has created a Herculean job for the judiciary. It means that we need the conscience of judges to salvage this country.
Do we have that?
Because without because the electoral system has been modeled. And so if you go to look for justice, it's even difficult for judges to determine, okay, how do you challenge consensus? How do you challenge consensus? If you wanted to be a presidential candidate in APC, and they now say that all the ESCOs have said he's Tinubu, on what ground will you go to court to say you were unlawfully excluded?
Because it's a lawful process now.
Yes,
Consensus is a lawful process.
But anything that is lawful must provide a mechanism to query it.
But when they're also adding a clause to say the electoral act is not going to guide parties on how they conduct their own
So
primaries.
parties will now make regulations on how their consensus will be reached.
And that cannot be challenged in court.
Yes,
It's
no,
an-
it's part of the
no,
party issue.
the choice of candidates can be challenged. The choice of candidate for a general election.
No, if the process
by a person who is an aspirant.
No, if the process
in that party.
If the process
Yes.
that brought about that candidate by the Electoral Act from this recommendation has been thrown to the party to decide.
Yes, the
right?
party will decide.
It means that you can't challenge that process.
You can't challenge it. So they rob you.
Kelly, sorry,
They
let me
rob
just
you
make
challenge.
it's 2 seconds interjection. We are very utopian in our concepts. Who says to you that everyone who is a member of a political party would know the strength of each of the candidates? Do you not know that if you allow someone who wants to contest as a senator and the entire people in that his region want to directly vote, are they equally equipped with what it takes to be able to identify who has the character to lead as a senator? That will throw up, Kelly, assuming that it will not be rigged by the people who are in charge of those different zones. Because if you are in charge, you are the one who call all the people who are your party men and say, this is what I want to do. Assuming it will not be rigged, that people will vote what you call their conscience. Are you therefore certain of the quality of leadership that can come from people who are not even able to understand what is good from what is right?
So let me respond to him.
Okay.
At this point, you are not looking at quality of leadership now. We're talking about primary election. We are people who are members of the party. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Say they want to be a senator in the, for example, and they are aspiring.
Yes.
And out of which people who are from that senatorial district are to
that are your party members.
Are party members are to select or elect one from those people.
Yes.
The tendency that among these 10, at least 6 or 7 must be
known by the people,
known and qualified for this position.
Jesus.
The tendency is there. So what I'm saying is that one must emerge at the end of the day. Then how are they going to emerge? That was where I said anything that has to do look like a oligarchy system or whatever.
That's the consensus.
Giving power to few persons to a point should be ruled out, because at that point in time, the one who has maybe the financial muscle or who is more who has the power can. Even though he may not be qualified.
The power is financial.
This man took the word. He took the thing from me. He did not let the granite seller, the bricklayer, this thing, who does not even understand the fineness of qualities to assess.
Including the riders.
So, including the do you think they are going to be able to throw up, assuming that they do not rig that process?
Let's also imagine that such a process happened, right? The people in their majority voted for this person as their candidate in the political party. The person won the election and misbehaved. The law is not amended, right? When that person comes back to the same people to say, vote me, the people would have learned.
Exactly.
No, but it's possible.
You are very correct.
The people would have learned that, we allowed you to go before. Now we know that we have the power. We allowed you to go before. You want to go again with the way you performed? No. We will choose another person.
That's all this being equal.
No, we're looking at the scenario. Andy is saying that if the direct primary mode is without interference, as Dr. Eku said, it would have been good, because it would be an express representation of what the people want within a particular ward.
However,
right? But you are saying that the persons do not
going to be good.
You're
for
saying
our system,
the persons do not have the
those people,
acumen.
those people who are going to vote, do they understand how to determine character?
Of course, they
how
do
to
understand.
determine intelligence, how to determine leadership.
The person contesting is from that constituency.
Yes.
And the only way to evaluate a man's fitness for leadership is his antecedent. And these antecedents are known to people in your community.
Because you are educated.
We are not talking about
you are educated.
special quality.
Barrister, because you are educated. You go to the street with
we are talking about character and mannerism.
You are educated. Go to the street with microphone and just ask this simple question. Between Goodluck Jonathan, between President Tinubu and Peter Obi, who do you support? Go to the street with the mic. Just these two questions.
They will say Peter
what
Obi.
You will hear.
They will say Peter
We
Obi.
shock you to your bone marrow. Is it not Nigeria and Nigerians?
The mode of primary.
Charlie, say, let me start from where they ended. If you ask Peter Obi and what's his name, President Tinubu, a lot of people, more number of persons will tell you Peter Obi. But once you bring something, and then start dangling, start dangling it before them, all of them will say Tinubu.
Because of the poverty.
Yes. So when we are talking about this thing, the reality is that there's poverty in the land. Absolutely, and people will always look for how to eat. And that is what makes it that whatever, you know the AA is more reasonable, but you vote B. Now let me come for the this thing, mode of primaries. I tell you, if things were well managed in Nigeria, and Nigeria were a country that has its honor intact, direct primaries is the best. All these hanky-panky of politicians will not be there as much as others. Okay. However, as tempted as Nigerian politics is, none is better than the other. For now. Because even if you come to consensus, it's the worst.
Consensus is the worst. I think we have a divided that is the worst.
If you also come for indirect, you also need a bundle of wads of money to do that. But I tell you, even in the midst of this tentedness, the red primary still has the insignia, or at least the aura of a bit of transparency. Yes, because the red. Okay. See, the red is not this direct
is second to the worst.
The indirect is the
direct is second to the worst. You know why I say so? Good. Let me tell you. You know why I say that direct is second to the worst?
Explain. But I still stick to my idea.
Is that direct is a kind of come one, come all. But indirect is that at least you know that.
Disagree with
you know that. Tell us why direct is the second to the worst. That's what.
I'm coming now. The indirect is that if you say we want to elect a governor now, we'll have 23 23 local government areas. Each of the local government area in the political party, maybe we'll have 18 ward chairmen, for instance. We'll have maybe 15 LGA officers.
You have councillors.
Now, we'll have, forget that, councillors are not...
they are not delegates.
They are not...
they won't be statutory delegates.
Statutory delegates, no.
In the local government.
Yes, they are not.
Not state, though. In the local government.
They are not.
Councillors are.
In the local government.
They are not.
Okay.
Anyway, it could be peculiar to political party, but they are not, to the best of my knowledge. Except that councillor is voted as one of the delegates.
So a local government chairman will be a state delegate.
Of course.
Setting.
Of course.
A former local government chairman may be a statutory local government in his local government.
Possibly. A former senator or serving senator, all those kind of. So now, assuming you get them in each of the AGA, you say all of them put together maybe 50 or 55. Now you look at it, you multiply them by 23. You now have the figure. Okay? Now, if you come to direct primaries, it is the few persons who are interested that will give you the number of persons that are registered members in a particular ward or AGA.
Okay,
they manipulate it.
Okay, so what you're saying?
And they will use it to, they will wait for it, they will use it to rig the election.
Let me.
Indiscriminately.
No, let me ask you a question. We've had this conversation on the basis of ideal and realism. Right? We say on an ideal situation, some persons converse that direct primary is better.
Yes.
Right?
Yeah.
Yes.
But you are saying that even in that ideal situation, direct primary is not the best.
I see it as second to the worst.
Second to the worst.
I take indirect as the best.
It's subject
because it is controllable. You can control the mechanism of electing.
Isn't it worse off with the delegates election?
That's the worst.
Because
some go there with their hands.
Isn't it worse off than the delegate election?
Is the worst in our environment.
Indirect is the best.
Indirect is the best in our environment.
Indirect is the best.
Indirect is the best
of both of them.
In Nigeria,
indirect is the best in our environment.
Indirect primaries is the best because you can control the system to an extent. But this direct primaries, you see somebody going to a particular ward.
Let me ask asking.
And so can arrive figures.
I'd like to ask a question. Let me ask a question.
Yeah,
right?
do.
Isn't direct not similar to consensus?
No,
because
similar.
The reason I ask this question is, we understand that there are political figureheads.
Yes.
Across the state.
Yes.
Right.
Yes.
If a delegate is not loyal to that figurehead,
they will not pick him.
Thank you.
Nah, thank you very much.
We know where you're going to.
Kelly. Let me tell you.
That delegate may not emerge. So the delegates already go with. Kelly, let me just finish. The delegates already go with.
Is the worst.
It's the worst.
The delegates go with a predetermined plan.
No.
This is what our Oga wants. The candidates that does not have the support of the Oga, they will not stop them. They will not stop them. The latest we're having now is they don't even see the delegates list. You said that direct primaries can manipulate it. The candidates don't even see delegates list. That's what happened. That's what happened with PDP. No, let me finish that. Let me finish that.
Okay, finish.
That's what happened in Osun State.
Okay.
The candidate of the PDP that went to court and got a verdict in his favor. When the court ruled, they said, even the delegates list was not shown to this candidate. So who is going to vote in this primary election? The guy did not know.
Okay.
That is one scenario.
Okay, now.
Another scenario is you want to contest, Abi? No problem. We will show you whose delegates you want to go and meet to lobby. So the person has money. The person has money, but he cannot find them to even lobby them.
Okay.
He cannot sell himself to them because the figurehead of the party.
It wasn't shown to him.
It wasn't shown to him.
Let me give you a practical answer now. Let me answer you now. You see, direct primary is the only thing that differentiated it with consensus is that you are saying direct, you are involving people. But that one, you have also given one person power because it is a con all thing to sit down in his after doing the normal whatever, he will go and write. Now, indirect provides a situation whereby there is a central place where everybody, Tom, Dick, and Harry is gathering there to select.
No, don't Tom, Dick, and Harry. It's only the delegates that.
Yes, hold on now. The delegates will gather at a particular point.
That's
a central point.
That's not Tom, Dick, and Harry.
But that is no more the law.
No, wait now.
They have expunged it.
No, wait. We're talking about. We are trying to make. We are comparing.
Making an argument for indirect primaries.
Now, let me tell you what happened. Sometimes I will mention names, but I will tell you what played out. That a particular person who is also a political leader, who was interested in a particular candidate, invited the delegates to his house and said, you must vote for so candidate. Meanwhile, majority of the candidates do not like that particular aspirant.
Majority of the delegates.
Yes, majority of the delegates do not like that particular aspirant.
Okay.
And they were locked in.
Yeah.
Give you whatever.
That happened in Obuel conference.
Hold on, Dr. Obidima. Now, when they came out, eventually, and there was an election, this thing happened in 2011.
22.
When they came out and there was election, the man who was the preferred aspirant or candidate of the other person lost the election. The delegates voted against the person. Yes. That is scenario number one. Now, when Governor Singh Fubara was contesting.
What year did you mention?
I mentioned 2011.
2011.
Yes.
Then 2022, what happened?
Hold on. Now, when Singh was contesting, listen,
exactly.
Where I also agree with you in a way. There was a central place.
Yes.
Where we were having it. Now, I told you Wale.
Oh, thank you.
I told you Wale. To be very honest to you,
yes.
Governor Singh, as at that day,
was not even known to the delegates.
I do not know him. I don't know him.
He was not known to the delegates.
I don't know him.
He did not even vote.
Okay? I don't know him. But the instruction came where we are. No, hold on. You see, I'm trying to. I'm being very objective. I'm being very open. I'm being very open. You know,
they remove their brain and their heart.
You see, these things have their merits and demerits. But we are looking at which one is at least more preferable.
You've established. We need to let allow Dr.
Indirect primary is more preferable.
Allow Mr. Ndukwe to conclude, please, because there's a final part and we'll have to open the phone lines.
See, Kelly, whatever juxtaposition that is done here by practicing politicians direct primaries, if it were a country where things are managed well,
yes,
is the best option.
I agree with you.
That is your opinion.
That, of course,
But you also stated your opinion now. Allow him to speak.
Yours have never been mine.
Allow him to speak.
They sack Okere from work by removing direct.
So Kelly,
if you know me very well, I'm not one of those who depend on political. I'm not one of them.
Please go.
It depends on. But you see the clause again. They fix in there that more or less that is the party that be responsible for it. So that if you take it, or as you are contemplating going to the courts, you know that you have lost.
You have lost already.
So what's the essence of approaching court? That means that loyalty they are saying must not be half 1 inch cannot be removed from. You have to maintain your loyalty to the establishment. The highest percentage there must be obeyed. And that can only be done by politicians. So Kelly, what I'm saying, whichever one we see they apply out from, am I going to be there? Am I a stakeholder? It doesn't concern me.
Finally, I know we're talking about this. This has been the talk. That's why I've left it for last, so we don't dwell so much on it. The electronic transmission of results to IREV is compulsory, but when there is a network issue, physical results sheets, EC8A, becomes the primary source of collation and results declaration. This time, the House of Reps, they've not agreed with the Senate.
But they passed it. They did not agree, but they passed
They've agreed. They've not agreed
okay,
with the
that's
Senate.
they manipulated it.
This manipulation?
Yeah, what happened in the House of Reps yesterday?
What kind of election should we look forward to in 2027, Dr. Iko? With all of these things that we've talked about, that's why I said we'll go through it line by line. So we understand what is proposed, because it's still a proposal until the president puts a pen to it.
He has already signed though.
Yeah, so
we have seen the proposal with a proviso that wherever there is a transmission challenge, then from EC8A should be used. I would say that has achieved 80% of what Nigerians wanted. Because indeed, there is network
in 80%.
Nigeria. All those people saying that there is no network, they are not being sincere with Nigerians, because when the advent of POS came, and now POS is in every village, you can see how far our network has grown. So wherever there will be no transmission, will be very minimal if the managers are sincere to themselves, except there is a human cost.
Isn't it the human cost that's making people to be suspect of this proviso?
That is why people are fighting the proviso, because they can tell you that a particular local government had a glitch, no network for that day, and then they will begin to use thousands of from ECA8 and then inflate it, EC8A,
like
and
incident
inflate
form.
it. That is the fear of Nigerians. That is the fear of Nigerians. And I have always said, let Nigerians be sincere to themselves. Let's build in transparency and integrity in what we are doing for the sake of society. You see, all these people, we shall not live forever. We shall pass this society over to our children. Let us build it to be a place that every human being can have pride of place, a sense of belonging, not to turn it to our own system, thinking that we are going to live forever. Like those people stealing billions, looting billions, do they think they will live forever? Like one of my friends, my own friend, from River State here, very rich. One day, I asked him, all this money you have, invest it in real estate. He said, no, doc, I can't invest. so that EFCC will not ask me questions. You see, you are building here and there because you are a seasoned lawyer. EFCC will not talk to you because they know
but he has a bigger budget, because he has to keep moving that money from account to account.
That's what I'm telling you. So one day I was in London, somebody called me that my friend have lost 2 persons, that they saw him with 2 cops, and that he was leading the cops, coughing. Coughing was in an ambulance, and then the thing moved. As soon as the thing reached the junction to his village, all those bike people there started crying. Because as they saw 2 coughing, they believed that 2 people have died in his family. And before he reached his mansion, the gate was already open, he moved in, they locked it. And then after about 2 hours, he came out and dropped 5 million for everybody hanging out to share, and he zoomed. So somebody called me that my friend have lost 2 persons. So I called him from London. I said, what happened? Was there an accident in your house? He said, what did I hear? I said, they saw you with 2 coffins driving home. He said, okay, don't worry. When are you coming back? I said, next week. He said, when you come, I will explain. And when I came back, I met him. And I said, I came to tell you sorry. Condolence. He said, Doc, I didn't lose anybody. I said, what was the coffin? He said, it was my money. I was going to keep it in safe custody. I'm telling you true story. In safe custody. So he buried this money in his house where he had marbled. True story. Where he had marbled.
EFCC will call you. With this story, EFCC can call you.
Late now. The man is late now. And he has passed on. And the day he passed on in a London hospital, I saw 52 missed calls from him. And I woke up about 3 a.m. I saw 52 missed calls. So I called back. A lady picked it and told me that he's so person that is calling you. He's in a bad situation. I said, okay, I'm awake. They said, he want to tell you something. So the next time they called me back, they said the man has passed.
Joy.
He died. I didn't know what he wanted to tell me.
Probably about those monies. How to secure those monies.
I didn't know what he wanted to tell me.
And like this, you will never know.
You see, this is how some of our politicians behave. They bury money, hawk money, rather than building industries that will employ young school leavers to work and for the money to benefit the economy. This is the type of politicians we have. But that is not how society will develop.
Chief Okere.
So what's that question again? Refresh.
With the final one now, the provisor, e-transmission, what kind of election do we expect in 2027?
Okay, in the first place, there is nothing that is happening now that we have never seen before. This one may come in different form, but we have seen things worse than this. For me, what I suggest that they would have done is give us full-blown electronic
transmission
of
election results.
Now that we still have time before the election period, if they have fears that there are areas where we do not have networks, let us have a mock, let us have a kind of test run across the country and see where the system will fail. So that if the system fail in any particular area, with the country or the network providers through MCC can see how to optimize network in that particular area before the main election. Because as we speak, I don't think there is any area, including the river areas, where you cannot find this POS machine or whatever everywhere across the country. So they should have done that, so that I've said here that will be the only way to save a lot of situations, save people's life. You can vote from anywhere comfortably, okay? So that nobody will be chasing the ballot boxes, trying to see where they will destroy ballot boxes, knowing that even if you destroy that, I can with my card I can vote from any angle. So a lot of improvements are required. But however, what they have done, they have also done it to create some windows to help themselves wherever necessary.
It's very revealing.
Otherwise, I am advocating for a removal of that provisor completely. Let's know that even if election is done and there is no network in a particular area, there can be that place should be declared inconclusive. Inconclusive, because it was INEC that made us to know what is inconclusive in election. That let them not remove it from INEC dictionary now. Wherever that a network failed, let it be declared inconclusive, so that by the next day or whenever, if it is possible, the people within that area should be mobilized to go where there is network. Let them vote, so that we'll begin to advance from all this cry of non-credibility in our electoral system. Let's have something fair. But then, if they have done this, it's also a step forward to getting it right.
Right.
Just like the barrister said here, we've got 80%. Maybe by next election, we'll get to that 100%.
Dr. Bidima.
Okay. Well, Kelly, see, this electoral bill, they want to make an act as a kind of taking away the improvement we had recently in our act.
Sure.
They have taken us back to that time. Result can be written in somebody, a politician's house, and submit to INEC. These people sat down to do what they did. They have returned us back to the manual. Leave the issue of this in the pool there, because they will crash the network.
Simple.
All over the places.
That is it.
It's manual that they are bringing us into. They will crash network in Lagos. They will crash it in Abuja, crash it in Rivers State, crash it in Kano. They will select the states. They will crash the network.
And the states that matter.
Yes, so that they will manipulate and announce results. So the opposition party, the civil society organizations, the people should think deep and know that this is pure manipulation and begin now to resist it. If they don't go to the extent of making sure that election of 2027 do not hold, then we're in problem in this country. That is the way to go. Because look at the party that is boasting that they have 30 governors. Yes, they are afraid of its transmission. You have 30 states to yourself. You have the governors to yourself. And you are not sure. And they say you have performed, you have transformed the economy. That people are happy, inflation is reducing by your own political whatever inflation you are giving to the public. And all these things, you are not sure. And you are not sure manipulating the whole thing. We were in 2014 in this country. Even during Mahmoud, the network providers, when the Beaver issue came, the network providers, the NCC, there was also a kind of study they did. And they say, look, they can reach, and the Beavers is configured in a way that it is online to the server itself. That even when you move out from that location, it will just immediately pump out.
Simple.
So why this manipulation? I'm doing a paper on African diplomacy in this era of AI. I got into literature. I saw that in Africa today, when it comes to internet penetration, South Africa and the South Africa and which other they say, then Kenya in the east, then in West Africa, they said Nigeria and Ghana. How did this say? Why is it that if we are categorized as having high internet penetration and Ghana conducted the election, it was a seamless election, why is it difficult that Nigeria is pushing out, the political class is pushing out this way? The only thing is that the opposition, the leaders of opposition, They should change their tactics.
All right.
The civil society groups, the people instead should be mobilized to resist this evil in this country. That if not, they allow this election to hold the way they have crafted it.
Okay.
There'll be problem.
Mr. Ndukwe.
Kelly, you see, the leading political party, of course, the authorities in the National Assembly, they have a target. And the target is to remain there, those of them that want to come back and continue. That's it. Because once you make this kind and provide this kind of caveat, you see where there is no internet, that means you are going back to that thing as a technicalities. In 2015, we were in this river state when I think it was, is it the APC or PDP?
Yes, APC.
So, some people now use from whatever.
Incident form.
And use hand and wrote them everything. The other people that struggled in the midst of the difficulty of, I think it was card reader or whatever they were using then. Good. They now said, okay, the court will, in fact, bring us, give us the joy we know that we have excelled. The thing was taken to Supreme Court. Supreme Court said, no, it wasn't part of the law.
The card reader was not known.
That's what I'm saying. Now, Kelly, if God helps us, we are alive to witness the whole thing. They will crash network in several areas. Just to comply with that particular loophole, which is the technicality I always say. It arrived.
Oh boy.
I'm telling you, that's what is going to happen. So that, because if you do anything away from that thing, the provisor, then you will be said to have gone afoul of the law. But once anything complies, and that's what I always call authoritative stealing. Because once the authority is backing whatever you are doing in terms of taking money or whatever, who will judge you wrong? So they have created it. And when Nigerians are saying, you strive, let them know, there's nothing anybody can do. Since they have passed it now. You know, I said if this protest will persist, they will simply buckle. And they buckled to the extent that they've complied and said, okay, e-transmission, but where there are no internet. You see, that particular provision is certainly going to be complied with, and they will crash network. In 2023, beavers. We saw how we advertised beavers everywhere. Was it not on that presidential level that beavers, in fact, could not work? But the National Assembly, it worked. It's unfortunate this country. They think the people are infants. We are not infants. They have the authority. They will do everything. They have the knife and the yam.
Let me apologize to all contributors that sent a message, voice message, text message. I'm sorry, we won't be able to take them today, okay? But let's just take a few more calls. We'll take a few calls, rather, and then we'll close the show. All right, it's already 18 past 11. First caller, Today 95.1. Good morning.
Good morning.
Welcome, sir. Collins.
Yeah, Collins. See, I like what you open about the story. I go bless and I manage to run off the whole thing. They go crash the network that day, that particular day. As long as they approve that form, say they go use form, it's no network. They go crash that network that day when they do presidential election. River State, Kanu, Abuja, Kaduna, they go crash it. Just that nothing will happen. We don't want anything paper. Anything paper, we don't want that for this election. If you don't want transmitter, let's cancel this election, make everybody go away from this country. That's just the way of bringing the down. What kind of country is this? What kind of Nigeria is this? We don't do something. Tell people holding this election.
All right, Collins.
We don't agree.
Thank you. Today 95.1, good morning.
Yes, so good morning, Kelly, and the guests at the studio. This is High Chief Ogema, calling from Ahoda. You see, this issue that we are talking about, mostly the intake of this electoral something. We all know that very day, what will be the man and Ndukwe said here, they are very much correct because they will crash everything and return back to what they have been doing from 1999 to today. Because I am telling you, when it will now come to the area when they say returning officer should visit, and the returning officers in each of the ward will never get to the ward. I'm telling you, I've been one of them. They will never get to the ward. They will give them instruction from the electoral office, the INEC office. They will give them instruction from the AGs. They will never get to the ward. They will go to a hotel and hide where the politician will go and see them, pay their money there and write results. That is what they want to do.
Thank you.
We know all know.
Today 95.1, good morning.
Good morning, Kelly.
Welcome, Obed.
Yes, Kelly. Some of us here in River State, we are ready to hit the street because there should be nothing like paper in this very election. Kelly, that paper, that clause, is the loophole where these politicians will use to change election results and they have won. That is what we're demanding in this country. Now, one of your guests, Daniel Kotwe, has made a very valid point. Over 200 billion is now a match for technology and how to do with the election. So what are they going to use that money for if you cannot transmit results in real time for 3 minutes? So I think it's high time we press on until the right to be done. That is it. Thank you.
All right. Thank you all for staying with us. Oh, Chineke. Oh, Chim. I have to apologize. We'll just end the show here. All right. For some technical challenge, we'll end the show here. Let me say a big thank you to Akpotibe Andy, author, thinker, reformer. He left already. Dr. Obidima is a journalist, international affairs analyst, lecturer in international diplomacy, Rivers State University. Doctor, thank you.
Thank you, Kelly.
Chief Lovedo Kere, JP Square, political analyst, social commentator, voice of a nation living in Rivers State. Chief, thank you.
Great to be here, believing that one day we'll get it right.
And Dr. Innocent Eku, legal practitioner. Doctor, thank you.
Thank you, it's my pleasure.
And Mr. Emmanuel Indukwe, our in-house analyst. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, Kelly. Thank you, Nigerians.
That's our show, everyone. Good morning.
Thank you.
Talk radio. I listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.
Welcome to Entertainment Today on Today95.1 FM, Voice of the People. It's a beautiful day to be alive. 11:34 Wednesday, February 18, 2026. My name is Queen Chima.
I am Anastasia Benjamin.
I'm Miracle Emmanuel.
Good morning, Miracle. Good morning, Anastasia.
Queen.
It's a
So
beautiful
good to be
day.
here again doing this with you.
Absolutely. It's a beautiful day. I want that. I want it. Thank you.
The arm bracelet.
Yes. And what do I want from Miracle? I want your earrings. And so
I've already told you what I want from you before now.
All right, we're going to get into stories making the rounds of the world of entertainment. So much happening, and we girls just come here and give you all of that to your ears. And I hope that you like them sometimes. I know it's not everything that sounds pleasant, even in the world of entertainment, but then we just have to talk about it. Priscilla Ojo,
giving
marriage
advice. Like, isn't that too early?
It's just barely a year.
Okay.
Because they already had their anniversary. Just a year, and she's telling us what to do in marriage. Sorry, telling people who are
Do you
married
think you
what
need
to
that
do in marriage.
longevity before you can give, like...
You need to have some level of experience. You cannot just up and start giving us marital advice or marriage advice when you're just 1 year in marriage. And she's a celebrity. You know there's something with celebrities and living.
I mean, it doesn't necessarily have to be that long. If you're enjoying it working for you, I think you should share that.
Please just keep it to yourself.
No, you should share, because some other person is looking at you, be like, oh my gosh, she's just 2 years in, 1 year in. You know, the person is like, okay, I think.
But isn't everything on social media that's an advice? I think it's the way people construct their words,
right?
Because if you put out your thoughts, and someone decides to take it as an advice, if you say, I think that you should do this, or I think this is what makes this happen, then people say, oh, you're trying to advise them. But if you're expressing your experience, right, if you're expressing your experience, so it makes it's different from, oh, I think this is what makes this work. I think when you put salt in soup, it will be sweeter, right? But if you're just, putting on your experience there. But people often say that if you haven't spent years in marriage, you should not talk about marriage because of the institution. But some other people think differently. But maybe some
institution is quite complicated.
I think you should, if it's working for you, just say it. Say what's working for you. Another person might just take it and run with it.
And also saying that keeping a man is about feeding him. I don't buy that.
That's what's working for her.
This is just 1 year. For all we know, he could change. I don't know. And that's why we're supporting men today.
Because I support marriage and I support what's working for you.
All right. Let's get to see what's happening on the foreign scene, where Harry Styles will create this year's landmark Meltdown Festival at London South Bank Centre. Organisers have announced the former One Direction star will be headlining the event with a concert of his own ahead of his Together tours dates at Wembley Stadium this summer. He aims to highlight emerging British talent across a range of genres that have inspired his work, including pop, soul, rock and the underground scene. Speaking about the festival, Styles said, "My goal is to share the music and art that I love and to celebrate the rich history of the venue," adding that he was deeply honored. The Grammy-winning artist follows in the footsteps of previous curators such as Little Smith, David Bowie, Nile Rodgers, Patti Smith, and Yoko Ono. The South Bank Centre is an arts centre in London featuring venues such as the Royal Festival Hall and the Hayward Gallery. It first opened in 1951, with this year's marking 75 years since the first performance there. Mark Ball, artistic director of the venue, said he was looking forward to the festival becoming Styles' creative playground. Harry Styles is an iconic British artist with a global influence whose impact extends across artistic disciplines, generations and borders. He said throughout our 75-year history, the Soundback Center has existed to give our greatest artists a platform to take creative risks and present work that pushes contemporary culture into new and unexpected directions. The festival will run from Thursday, June 11 until Sunday, June 21, with the full lineup and ticket release dates to be confirmed in the spring. American rapper Cardi B has confirmed separation from her new lover and footballer Stephen Diggs. Cardi B confirmed they are split while responding to a post by her rival rapper Bia about Stephen Diggs. BIA wrote on social media amid speculation of Cardi B's separation from Diggs, "Can you name someone with more BMs than receiving yards? I can, and I know that." Responding to BIA on Sunday during a performance in Los Angeles, Cardi B, who is currently on her Little Miss drama tour, confirmed split from Diggs and also warned that she wouldn't tolerate any public disrespect towards him. She said, "Let me tell you something. Just because I am with my baby daddy doesn't mean you get to talk about my baby daddy." It was reported that the singer broke up with Diggs after he allegedly cheated on her. I like that part of not disrespecting him, despite their not being together.
Right, it caught my attention. I love it.
And also, I need to, stop learning how to fan beautiful love stories on the internet, because I remember when it came out, I was like, oh, this is so sweet. Because like they're even doing it, this black women are not getting properly loved. So I was like, oh, this is so cute. But right now I'm just learning to, like, if I see something on social media, I should just be like, okay, it is what it is. Like, I don't have to, put my mind into it.
I don't care if it's love.
I don't care. Like, I don't have to, like, imagine that feeling in the intensity at which it's being shown.
You know, someone said something, I don't know how true it is, that people who are actually having good love relationships don't really show so much of it on social media. Is that true? Does it have an element of truth in it?
No. I mean, you can show it if it's working. You can also choose not to. Right? It depends on your kind of person.
Yeah, choosing not to. Yeah, it depends.
And I feel
on
like for celebrities, sometimes they just have to do it because people who are not on social media, like celebrities who are not on social media, people don't really talk about them. Like, they look boring.
Like Adeso and Banky. People don't talk about them all the time because they don't put their stuff out there.
A lot,
right?
I mean, I think when they are going for events and very quiet moments.
You know, since she gave birth to her second child, we've not seen him. I think he should be up to
I think he's even doing pastoral kind of thing too.
Yeah,
so it's moving towards the Christian. So it's very boring.
He has moved already.
It's very boring.
Why? Because they are not in our faces.
I mean, there's nothing there to talk about. Like, unlike Daniel ate him and the wife, we always like.
All right. Well, in Nigeria, the FCC High Court in Life Camp Abuja has adjourned the trial of a Nigerian rapper Tochukwu Ojugu, popularly known as Odumodu Black, in a suit of assault and battery until April 8, 2026. The Claimants Counsel Uchenna Ujimba and the Defendants Counsel Taiwo Akinsuli were in court for the trial of Odumodu Black, but due to the ongoing renovation of the courtroom, the case was adjourned. However, the counsels agreed on a date which is convenient for both parties to enable them commence the case. The news agency of Nigeria records that the claimant, a Nigerian musician, Ogbogiri Levi, popularly known as Crazy Sense, had instituted a suit against Odumodu Black for violently assaulting and battering him in a public event sometime in December 2024. Crazy Sense, in a civil suit, alleged that while he was peacefully taking pictures and videos of himself at the event, Odumodu Black violently assaulted him for no reason. He said that the defendant's actions inflicted emotional distress on him and his iPhone 15 Pro Max was intentionally damaged in the process. The claimant went further to seek an order of the court directing the defendant to pay the medical expenses incurred during the treatment. Crazy Scent also sought an order directing Odumodu Black to pay him 2 billion naira for damages. He also sought an order directing the defendant to issue a public apology to him through all the defendant's social media platforms, including 2 national newspapers, among other claims in the suit. Well, Afrobeat singer Simisola Kosoko, popularly known as Simi, has sparked controversy after calling for capital punishment for rapists. Reports that Nigeria is currently in a sexual assault crisis, with multiple rape allegations being reported in different parts of the country in recent weeks. Reacting on Tuesday night, Simi passionately appealed to citizens and the authorities to put an end to sexual assault against women. I'm sick of this. Stop raping women. They need to castrate rapists and burn them, she wrote in the Fierce X post. However, her suggestion of a capital punishment for rapists sparked a debate, with many arguing that the same should be given to false rape accusers. Simi maintained that she was advocating for rape victims and not victims of false rape accusations, which further escalated their controversy. Shunning the outrage from her male fans, the singer explained that she was advocating for rape victims because almost all the women she knew have been sexually assaulted at some point of their lives. She argued that it isn't right to stop people from speaking against sexual assault just because of false rape accusers. How many of your friends have actually assaulted women as vibes? Women are terrified to go out. Women in their homes are not safe either. Ask your sisters, ask your female friends and your girlfriends, ask your wives. We're not all crazy. Stop raping women, she added. Simi also urged men to hold their fellow men accountable, claiming that men could...
Also, we are speaking about rape, not whether or not it's true. We are talking about the rape itself. Whether or not she's saying the truth, the truth still stands that most girls are being raped. Most girls are being raped. That's the truth. It's a fact. It's a given. Whether or not this particular, because there's been some talks about her not telling the truth, and that's why there were so many backlashes on X. People were saying, as much as rapists should be punished, those who lie against rapists should also be punished. That's not what we are talking about. We are talking to men, most men, to those men who rape girls, to stop it. Because what for?
One thing I have noticed is the courage that a lot of people are beginning to have to tell their story. I know that sometimes some of these things are allegations until proven. It's sad. It's really sad. But I mean, you still have to prove that you were... There still has to be some investigations that go into it. And I guess that's why some men are coming up to talk about women accusing them of rape, because that also happens. But there was something to me said that is is worthy of talking about, is the fact that most women have been sexually assaulted. Now, you may not have been raped,
right?
But there's been a form of sexual assault. It could be, I mean, chats, word of mouth. And not a lot of men, I don't know how many men know that there are certain words that you use on a woman and it's wrong, it's derogatory. There's certain approaches that you do and it's not right. And then sexual assault, if you ask a lot of women, or most women, maybe once or twice in their life they've had an experience, maybe, or they ask you, what did you go to the guy's house to do? Well, you know, those questions, what were you wearing and all of that. So when she's speaking up for this woman, while they have to prove, it's just a situation where, I mean, she's a woman and she's a popular person, and you also never can tell her story. I mean, people may just have stories and they want to put it out there. Right. So should you actually coerce someone to having a sexual relationship with you? The answer is no. It has to be consensual. Then coming to people who accuse people of rape, especially women. I think women do that a lot. The point is, what are you trying to benefit from?
It's a case of maybe you are angry at this person, and because I remember this case of this Justin guy that was accused by one girl like that and almost terminated his whole visa process or school thing in the UK. So it was really sad until the guy was able to prove that's how his life would have just... And then there's another case of another guy that committed suicide because somebody accused him. So it's really painful. I guess why these men are getting this rage is because they don't want a situation whereby a man just die for nothing simply because a woman is angry and decide to use the rape game on him. So
also, a woman should not be raped simply because she refused to give a man her number.
Well, that's the same thing we are doing. While we are fighting for this, we should also fight in the same line, right? Nobody should just keep this one moving and then this one, nothing is said about it. So I guess that's why people are actually angry.
If you look at it, to be very honest, if you look at it, I think more women are raped than more men are being accused of rape.
That's why every single accusation, every single rape case should be looked at from different perspective, not just from she is a victim. Looked at it from this way and also look at it from this.
All right. Award-winning Nigerian filmmaker Bildon Stephen has opened up about her experience with female circumcision, saying she went through the procedure when she was 6 years old. Stephen shared her story during an interview on the Diary of a Niger Girl podcast, where she explained that the incident involved her grandmother and was carried out as part of her family's cultural practice. In my own case, it was my grandma. My grandma, God bless her soul, mine was anyway. I don't want to talk about it. So I think that also my mom was, so it's a culture for them. According to the producer, she was taken to a location outside under her grandmother's supervision. She said she was allowed to play and eat first, which made her feel relaxed and unaware of what was about to happen. She explained that she was later asked to take a shower and then told to lie down before the circumcision was carried out. Stephen said the pain from the experience has stayed with her over the years. She also revealed that no one explained to her what was happening at the time. After she returned home, her mother tried to comfort her and apologize, but the family did not discuss the incident further. She noted that the practice was passed down through generations and was treated as a normal tradition, even though children were often not told why it was being done.
That's so sad.
I watched that interview from the beginning to the end, and I only saw a woman who's moved past a pain, but she was bold to talk about it and the effect. I mean, she was asked clearly by Ifedayo the effect of circumcision on women, and said sex is just usually different. You don't enjoy. That's what she said. But a lot of people have different opinion when it comes to circumcision. People still circumcise.
Women. Still happening.
Yes, still happening.
Yeah, especially in rural areas.
Yeah, lots of places.
Still happening.
Some girls, because they have, most people have this myth around it that if you
it helps a woman become less promiscuous.
Yes, less promiscuous and all. But
do you think that's true?
That's a lie. It's not. I don't think it's true.
Okay, you don't.
I've not been circumcised, but I don't think it's true.
And one thing she said in that interview is, as a producer and filmmaker, she said some of those experiences is what she projects in her stories. Because if you watch some of her films, you see that they're didactic, the morals are really... I mean, most of her films, you literally cry.
Yeah,
so there's a lot of emotion that goes into her story. And I think we need to hear more from that woman, because we just heard the circumcision story, and I'm happy about how she's carrying the story and talking about it boldly, the experience and what she's been through. But she highlighted that, I mean, there's been a lot of change in her life, but then it happened, and advising people to actually not circumcise females.
Please let us be. Let the girl child be. Please.
Oh, goodness. All right, what are your thoughts about Simi's stance on rape, capital punishment for rape? And okay, this is a little. I remember I spoke to a rape victim sometime early last month, and I was so cold listening to that story. It's a terrible experience. It's not anything that anybody should go through. They were robbed, herself and a sister, and she was raped. So you know the questions that was going through that girl, like, why me? Like it was a lot. It's been over 15 years and she's not healed completely. So it's a tough situation. So what do you think about what Simi said? Capital punishment for rapists. Capital punishment. Let's get your thoughts. 0701 9339 962 0701 9339 962. You can send a text or WhatsApp message to that number. You're still listening to Entertainment Today on Today 95.1 FM.
Talk radio. I listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM.
Radio
95.1 FM.
Entertainment today on Today 95.1 FM, voice of the people. Well, I earned my own money, billionaire Okoya's son Rahim says. Rahim Okoya, the son of billionaire industrialist Razak Okoya, has declared his financial independence, emphasizing that he generates his own income and has successfully attracted investors to fund his music career.
I mean, what is it with Nigerians and trying to move away from their billionaire parents' wealth? Your
like
dad,
they try to
your
promote
dad
this
is
hard
in-
work
your
and working
dad-
really hard.
Labor.
That's why I like
Nigeria,
Kidwaya would never.
What is it? Enjoy his. If you're using your dad's money, you're spending your dad's money. There's no big deal.
Like
he said, promoters are only coming to him because they see how hard he works.
Music, like they were talking about music. I was like, which music?
Please.
But
Oh my
you
God.
mentioned Kidwaya. Kidwaya will flaunt his father's money.
And
Why
people
are
don't
so
like him because
chill?
they expect you
True.
to work.
Yeah.
You
Kidwaya
understand?
is so chill. He doesn't. Kidwaya is just all for the soft life.
because I don't know why your father's money becomes please, I work for my money. Even if you ever worked for your money, I'm sure your father's money was part of that work. Like your father's
It makes
investment.
it easier for you.
It makes it easier. So if my father was a billionaire,
I will not
But
step
you're
out.
actually
I will
saying this
step out
because
of
your
my
father is not a
room.
billionaire.
I will step
Imagine
out
the
of my
pressure.
room.
Everybody's looking at you and be like, let's see what this person is going to do right now. I think that's why Temi is so low key.
Yeah.
Because she doesn't want to just be on the news for the bad reason. Because anything she just say, people are like,
But I think it's men. Do you find men do more of this than women? Because they're tettlers. I mean, the girls. I mean, they're just cool with being daddy's girls.
Maybe
they have careers of their own. I
Yeah.
mean, education. What's her DJ copy? She was DJing. I don't know if she's still DJing. I mean,
Yeah,
after
she
her
still
Christian
does.
faith.
when last did you see her doing anything?
Okay, and what's the other? Temi. Model, entrepreneur.
She
and
has
all.
businesses here.
But then you see that girl get his girls cars. I mean, flaunt money, and it's not all. I'm
And they
working hard.
accept-
They're
Exactly.
easier. Like people tend to like accept it when a woman is doing it, but they don't want when a man does it.
Well, it's good for them. Patriarchy is hitting them well in this situation. So if you want to say, "Oh, I'm working hard for my money," you don't want to associate my father's money to me. Okay, if that's how men want to roll, that's okay.
good for them.
All right. I'm bigger than everybody. Portable reacts to claims of Olamide promoters blacklisting him. Now, controversial Nigerian singer Habib Okikiola, most popularly known as Portable, has reacted to claims that some top music industry figures in the country have blacklisted him, and he says, "I'm bigger than everybody." That's some.
I like his confidence.
I don't know.
Oh my God!
I like his
Exactly the
confidence.
first thing that came to mind.
He's
Like,
always saying it the way it is. He's not afraid of anybody. And he can even say it and get arrested. So
he will come out and do more.
But is he really bigger than? It's what he says he is.
Yeah,
I
that's
mean,
he's
what
not
he
bigger,
says.
but I get what people have kind of looked at him
No,
in a
if
way
he
like
says he is, please he is.
I don't think he is. It's just like it's just that kind of thing you say when people are trying to get back. You have to say something to us.
I mean, but Portable's courage is off the roof.
Yeah, and I think that's why people
He's
like him. I like him because of
Confidence,
that.
yeah. His confidence is off the roof. Whatever he does, I
He
mean, he's
doesn't
throwing
care.
it in your
He
face
doesn't care.
and all. I don't care what you think about me.
and he's always on the road for so many reasons. He's not baby mama. So like.
Let's get some text messages as we wrap up or comment on Facebook. I know that when it comes, rape is a very sensitive matter. I know that a lot of people like to give their opinion, especially with this much speed. But you have a comment on Facebook. Let's just take it.
Gideon Godson says he agrees aura for aura. If it's a false accusation, then same punishment should be given to them.
False accusation, same punishment. So this is men saying, if you accuse us, capital punishment. If a man rapes, capital punishment. Until the law does that, we'll just see. But then, I mean, say no to rape and just talk to the woman, or the woman talk to the man. You know, you guys should just liaise, agree. But don't, it's actually not human to force anyone into. And it's also not human to accuse anybody. That's our show, Entertainment Today on Today 95.1 FM. Thank you so much for tuning in and listening. I am Queen Chima.
And I am Anastasia Benjamin.
I am Miracle Emmanuel.
Talk radio. I listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM.
Whether it's happening in Port Harcourt, South South, Nigeria, or around the world, we've got you covered. On air, online, delivering balanced news and unbiased analysis. Today, 95.1 FM.
This is Today, 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt. News.
Good afternoon. This is the World News on your premium talk radio, Today 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt. I'm Queen Chima. The headlines. Federal government announced plans to discontinue salaries of unverified workers. Federal Health Ministry orders immediate exit of senior directors. On the foreign scene, Peru Congress impeach interim president after 4 months in office. Now, the detail. Well, following the conclusion of the ongoing personal audit and skills gap analysis, salaries of unverified workers in the Federal Civil Service will be discontinued from March 2026. This was contained in a memo issued by the Office of the Head of the Civil Service of the Federation. The memo signed by the Head of the Civil Service of the Federation, D.D. Walton-Jack, was addressed to the Chairman of the Federal Civil Service Commission, Professor Tunji Olaoba. The federal government in 2025 commenced the personal audit and skills gap analysis known as the PASCA project as part of reforms aimed at strengthening the efficiency and integrity of the public service. The audit followed a directive by President Bola Tinubu during the 2025 meeting International Civil Service Week. In the memo, Walton-Jack announced the final 2-week window for affected officers to regularize their status, after which sanctions would apply. The Federal Ministry of Health has ordered an immediate disengagement of directors who have spent at least 8 years in the directorate cadre with immediate effect. The directors affected include those in the ministry, federal hospitals and agencies, among others. The memo announcing the enforcement of the order at the FMOH was signed by the director overseeing the Office of the Permanent Secretary at the Federal Ministry of Health, Teshoma Dafeta. It ordered all heads of agencies and parastatals to ensure that the affected staff hand over all official documents, possessions with immediate effect. Their salaries will be stopped by the IPPIS unit and mandates the officers to refund to the Treasury all emoluments paid after their effective date of disengagement. Meanwhile, figures from the Budget Office of the Federation shows that ministers in charge of key infrastructure and service delivery agencies are grappling with a severe funding squeeze. The data used for this report was the most updated available from the BOF, as the agency had yet to release comprehensive full-year implementation figures despite the fiscal year being well advanced. The figures showed that MDAs received less than 1 trillion naira for capital projects in the first 7 months of 2025. An analysis of data from the Budget Office of the Federation's medium-term expenditure framework and fiscal strategy paper 2026 to 2028 showed that while 18 trillion naira was appropriated for capital expenditure for MDAs and others in 2025, the January to July pro-rata benchmark stood at 10 trillion naira. The federal government has finalized plans to set up fire stations in all 109 senatorial districts across Nigeria as part of efforts to strengthen emergency response, safeguard lives, and protect national assets. The announcement was made by the Controller General of the Federation Fire Service, FFS, Olumide Samuel Adeyemi, during an on-the-spot assessment of Singa Market in Kano State, which suffered a major fire incident on February 14, 2026. While conveying the message of the Minister of Interior, Olubimi Tunjojo expressing sympathy to traders and residents affected by the incident, Samuel Adeyemi highlighted that a dedicated fire post will be established at Singa Market to curb recurring fire outbreaks and reduce response time. Samuel Adeyemi also outlined additional measures to improve emergency response nationwide, including collaboration with the Nigeria Police Force and Nigeria Security and Civil Defense Corps for crowd control during fire incidents, among others. The initiative is part of a strategic federal push to institutionalize fire safety, protect commercial hubs, and enhance Nigeria's capacity to respond effectively to fire emergencies. Meanwhile, the federal government, through the Federal Ministry of Health, has directed the immediate disengagement of directors serving in the ministry, federal hospitals, and affiliated agencies who have spent 8 years or more in the directorate cadre. The move aligns with the enforcement of the 8-year tenure policy across ministries, departments, and agencies, MDAs. In a memo signed by Sheshoma Dafeta, overseeing the office of the Permanent Secretary of the Ministry, the enforcement of the tenure policy was reiterated in line with the revised Public Service Rules 2021. The directive mandates the compulsory retirement of directors who have completed 8 years in that rank effective December 31, 2025. The circular referenced a fresh deadline issued by the Office of the Head of the Civil Service of the Federation urging strict compliance. The memo instructed heads of agencies and parastatals to ensure that affected officers immediately hand over all official documents and government property. It further directed the Integrated Personnel and Payroll Information System (IPPIS) unit to stop the salaries of disengaged officers and recover any emoluments paid beyond their effective date of exit from service. You're listening to the World News on Today 95.1 FM, Voice of the People. After the break, more news, foreign and sports stories. Do stay with us.
Every day, every hour, when the big stories break, depend on our 24-hour news team to bring you the latest. Today, 95.1 FM.
Well, thank you so much for staying with us. Now the rest of our stories. Former Kaduna State Governor Nasir El-Rufai has spent the second night in the custody of the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission as his lawyer, A.U. Mustafa San, pushes for his release on bail. There are, however, indications that the commission may seek a remand order to extend his stay in custody to enable him respond to questions posed by investigators handling his matter. The former governor arrived at the EFCC headquarters in Abuja on Monday around 10 a.m. for questioning in connection with an alleged 432 billion naira corruption probe. An official of the commission who pleaded anonymity said the anti-graft agency was considering obtaining a remand order after the expiration of the hours allowed by law to enable investigators to conclude questioning him. El-Rufai's counsel Mustafa confirmed that the former governor remained with the anti-graft agency while insisting that his client had fully cooperated with the investigators. A River State Governor, Siminalayi Fubara, has hailed Obietumbara Daniel Kaliu for his immense contributions to the legal profession and development of jurisprudence in the country. Governor Fubara gave the commendation during a special valedictory court session and book launch held in honor of Justice Obiatombra Daniel Kaliu at the Court of Appeal of Nigeria Complex, Moscow Road, Port Harcourt. He described the event as a fitting tribute to a distinguished jurist whose years on bench were marked by integrity, diligence and unwavering commitment to the cause of justice. Represented by his deputy, Professor Ngozi Maudu, the governor noted that the occasion was a moment of pride and reflection for both the celebrant and the state.
And admiration that I extend my warmest goodwill message on the occasion of the valedictory court session and book launch held in celebration of Honorable Justice Obiatombra Daniel Kaliu. This remarkable event is a fitting tribute to a distinguished jurist whose years on the bench have been marked by integrity, diligence, and unwavering commitment to the cause of justice. His contributions, as we have heard today, to the legal profession and to the development of jurisprudence remain invaluable and enduring. As he bows out of active judicial service, we celebrate his legacy of excellence, wisdom, and selfless service to humanity. May this new chapter bring him continued fulfillment, good health, and the opportunity to keep inspiring generations within and beyond the legal community. We congratulate his amiable wife, Dr. Blessing, and the children for standing strong behind him. Congratulations, my Lord, Justice Obiatombra Daniel Kaliu, on a truly impactful career. On behalf of the governor and the government of Rivers State, I've been asked to launch the 3 books with a sum of 50 million naira. To announce to this great audience that for the meritorious services of our brother that is bowing out today, Honorable Justice Daniel Kaliu, a very special state banquet will be held for him tomorrow evening. The details will be made available later today. Because we're so proud of him, we'll have to showcase him to the rest of the world, and so that others can learn from him. I also want to wish him a very happy birthday to an amazing jurist. And may God bless all of us for joining him to celebrate today. God bless us all. Thank you.
In his remarks, former Vice President Yemi Osibajo said Justice Obiatombra Daniel Kaliu and him had been friends since childhood, describing him as a deliberate and serious-minded person.
He has always been a very deliberate, serious-minded person. As a matter of fact, in the tribute that I wrote in his honor, I mentioned that the very first time that I heard the word spokesman was from the Honorable Justice Daniel Kaliu, and he was 8 years old when he said spokesman. And I wondered, what does that even mean? And that's the way he's always been. He's always been very, very many years ahead of every one of us who are his classmates or who are his peers.
In her remarks, the chairman of the occasion, Justice Mary Odili, said the valedictorian excelled in his professional journey from the Ministry of Justice of Rivers State, where his erudition and industry left observers in awe of the mastery he displayed before the court.
In the light of the plethora of celebrations that would come up, and well outside and beyond the legal realm wherein the valedictorian had excelled, in his professional journey from the Ministry of Justice of Rivers State, where his erudition and industry left one with mouth agape, in awe of the gap and mastery put on display before the court as advocate or to his peers or opposing counsel. My Lord Daniel Kaliu clearly was a product that sold itself, hence no surprise when he was appointed to the Rivers State High Court bench.
Today FM's Uchende Jaw reports that Justice Obietombra Oupele Daniel Kalio said the judiciary is the fabric that holds the nation together, warning that when the judiciary is destroyed, it will affect the rule of law. The Ezo Haivo III of Evo Kingdom, His Majesty Leslie Ike, has called for the expansion of key national initiatives to all 6 geopolitical zones of Nigeria. King Ike described the healthcare initiative as a powerful vehicle for unity and national rebirth. The Evo monarch, who also serves as the chairman Supreme Forum of Ikori government-recognized traditional rulers, made this known during the National Traditional Rulers and Religious Leaders Summit on Health held at the Aso Rock Villa Banquet Hall, Abuja, titled The Role of Traditional Rulers in the Primary Health Care of the Renewed Hope Agenda. He said for the program to achieve maximum impact should be rotated across the 6 geopolitical zones, stressing that it will enable every region host and actively participate. He further noted that taking the initiative to the grassroots will deepen nation integration, amplify diverse voices, and reinforce collective responsibility for nation building. His Majesty Ike also commended First Lady Senator Oluremi Tinubu, who her interventions in the health sector, particularly in support of women, children, and vulnerable communities, adding that the Renewed Hope agenda of President Bola Tinubu will improve healthcare delivery.
Looked at the chart, all the indices, healthcare indices by the Federal Minister of Health for Rivers State were just tops. The state was recording over 94% success. It's amazing. And I want to say that traditional rulers are the closest to the people, and that imposes moral to the people for collective sustained advocacy to encourage healthy seeking behaviors from our people. So as for me, I vow to support government in its healthcare programs. It's so important. It has become a social movement for health, and all and sundry should support the government drive to give our people a sustained living.
On the foreign scene, Peru's Congress has impeached interim President José Jerry. Jerry was accused of irregular hiring of several women in his government and of suspected graft involving a Chinese businessman. In office since last October, Jerry took over from Dina Bolaute, who was also impeached amid protests against corruption and a wave of violence linked to organized crime. Prosecutors last week opened an investigation into whether the head of state exercised undue influence in government appointments. Prosecutors, however, said there were, in fact, 9 women. To end the news, here is a summary of the major stories. The federal government has announced plans to discontinue salaries on unverified workers. We told you that the Federal Ministry of Health has ordered an immediate disengagement of directors who have spent at least 8 years in the directorate cadre with immediate effect. On the foreign scene, you also heard that Peru's Congress has impeached interim President José Jerry. That was the news. It's edited by Sandra Kenneth. For comment and inquiries, please call 0818-389-2850. Send your emails to news@todayfmlive.com. You can read our stories on www.todayfmlive.com, Facebook at Today95.1fm, Instagram at TodayFM951, X at TodayFM951. You can also join our YouTube live at Today95.1fm. My name is Queen Chima. Good afternoon.
Today's news, today's entertainment, today's sports, today's issues. Today on Today 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt.
Talk radio. I listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM.
Crusade, crusade, crusade. We, the churches in Omerilu and JBC Mission Outreach, Lagos, are jointly organizing an interdenominational gospel crusade in Omerilu. The overriding purpose of this crusade is to preach the gospel of eternal salvation through Jesus Christ. The benefits include paradise after death, escape from hellfire, personal, family, communal peace and harmony, with outstanding prosperity. We therefore humbly invite you to this gathering, which is scheduled as follows. Theme: Eternal Redemption through Jesus. Date: February 20th to 22nd, 2026. Venue: State School 2, Omoagwo, Omerelu, Ikore LGA, River State. Time: 6:30 p.m. daily. Sign: Pastor Gabriel Akpan, JBC Convener. Engineer Humphrey Onuwon, Crusade Coordinator. Pastor Basil Igwe, Igwe, Chairman, Omerelu Gospel Ministers Fellowship, OGMF.
Talk radio. I listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM.
Please listen to this paid infomercial.
Herbal Heritage International, the Kokoroko. For herbal medicine, when they produce strong, correct medicine, they take it, they support with country healthcare system. Country man, correct, holistic, ogbonge herbal medicine, they we know they come out for public anyhow, like a big basket. Food ground, as every Christmas, have been boundary. Seeking a self-sabi medicine, we pass them. After all, monkey smart now, because tree near tree is a forest. Heritage International will use the technology of computer testing machine to see and know before attacking that your health condition wey don become ugba for your life with the correct treatment. Therefore, whether definition or without definition, make you visit Herbal Heritage International offices wey near you. Herbal Heritage International. Now
Hello and welcome to the program Roots and Herbs. Roots and Herbs is a program that discusses health-related challenges and suggests possible ways out from the herbal medicine perspective. Roots and Herbs is put together and sponsored by Herbal Heritage International, also known as Baba Yoruba. Baba Yoruba is currently having a special New Year promo package. This New Year promo package will give you the opportunity to enjoy 50% discount on all their products and services. This offer runs while the stock lasts. And at the same time, it will give you the privilege of meeting Baba Yoruba himself at number 24 Ikwere Road, Mile 1 by Education Bus Stop, Port Harcourt. For details and inquiries, the telephone number to call is 080-33-111-946. I repeat, 080-33-111-946. 080-33-111-946. On today's edition of the program, our topic for discussion is male-related health challenges. And I have with me in the studio, Dr. Otumba Abiodun. Sir, you're welcome to the program.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Man problem can be seen in men whenever it frequently occurs that a man is unable to satisfy his partner when it comes to man and woman interaction. It can feature in many ways. In some, it is possible for them to experience poor energy, a situation where a man is unable to get into the act at all. In some are preparing to get into the act, but unfortunately, they just discover that the energy dropped. That is called early ejaculation. It is possible for a man to get into the act and discover that he is unable to stay more than a minute. That is called premature ejaculation, as the case may be. Some may experience total loss of energy. In some, it can be as a result of excessive tiredness after the whole exercise. And some can experience total loss of the energy for even weeks or months. A number of factors can be responsible for this. In some, it can be as a result of infections, of which staphylococcal infection, gonococcal infection are inclusive. There are other infections that are capable of destroying the nerves or the blood volume, making a man to become totally weak. It is not only infections that do destroy the energy in men that have to do with satisfying their partner. When one has used some drugs for a very long period of time, it is possible for one to experience this. In some, it can be as a result of drug abuse. Drug abuse can feature in many ways. Some do abuse alcohol. Some do abuse energizers. People that are faced with sugar problem, that is, diabetes mellitus, if it is not controlled properly, it can weaken the nerves, and under that condition, a man may not be able to stand like a real man again. It is possible for a man suffering from pile to also be very weak in this aspect. And under this condition, there will be serious waist pains. Not only waist pains, there can be stooling of blood. In some, you discover that there can be serious constipation, a situation where a man will wake up and is unable to free his fecal waste. He has to take some regimens for him to be free from such as well. It is possible when there are hormonal changes in a man for a man to be very weak in this aspect. Stress also has a role to play. We should not forget that under depression, the energy a man needs to get into this act can disappear completely. Whichever the case may be, we have to understand this line of action in a man, that before a man is able to stand like a real man, the arousal center in the brain must be stimulated. And it is after this stimulation that energy or signal is sent to the male organ through nerves. And after getting it through nerves, we need volume of blood for engorgement of tissues in the male organ for a man to stand like a real man. And anything that is capable of destroying the blood cells, the blood, whenever we are faced with any challenge, it is very important for one to visit a health caregiver who will be able to evaluate one and determine the root cause of the challenge. And after this, to know the right regimen to put together for one to be totally free from the challenge. And that is why evaluation from health caregivers is very important to pinpoint the root cause of the challenge. And once the root cause of the challenge is determined, you will discover that solution to such challenge is around the corner. Prostatic gland enlargement also have a role to play in a situation where a man is not able to stand like a real man. When the prostate starts growing after 55 years of age in some people, you will discover that there can be frequency. A situation where when a man sleeps at night, before daybreak, he has voided urine for more than 5, 6, or even 10 times. The volume is not always a very large one, like in diabetes mellitus. But after that stage, you discover that the stream of flow of urine will not have the normal force it used to have, or it may start splitting to two. It is when nothing is done for all these challenges that such will now result to total blockage of flow of the urine. And that is why we say a stitch at a time saves 9. Having all these challenges is not the end of the road. For more enlightenment and advice, the number you can call is 080-33-111-946. I repeat, 080-33-111-946. I repeat, 080-33-111-946. Thank you.
All right. You've been listening to the program Roots and Herbs. Roots and Herbs is a program that discusses health-related challenges and suggests possible ways out from the herbal medicine perspective. Roots and Herbs is put together and sponsored by Herbal Heritage International, also known as Baba Yoruba. Baba Yoruba is currently having a special New Year promo package. This New Year promo package will give you the opportunity to enjoy 50% discount on all their products and services. This offer runs while the stock lasts, and at the same time, it will give you the privilege of meeting Baba Yoruba himself at number 24 Ikwere Road, Mile 1 by Education Bus Stop, Port Harcourt. For details and inquiries, the telephone number to call is 080-33-111-946. I repeat, 080-33-111-946. 080-33-111-946. Let's take our sponsor's message. Don't go away. We shall be right back.
Herbal Heritage International, the Kokoroko, for herbal medicine, when they produce strong, correct medicine, they take it, they support with country health care system. Quantly man, correct, bakelistic, ogbonge herbal medicine, they we know they come out for public anyhow, like a big basket. Food ground, as every Christmas, I be boundary. Sickness self, sabi medicine, we pass them. After all, monkey smart now, because tree near tree is a forest. Heritage International will use the technology of computer testing machine to see and know before attacking that your health condition. We don't become ubarugba for your life with the correct treatment. Therefore, whether definition or without definition, make you visit Herbal Heritage International. Offices way near you. Herbal Heritage International. Now
You're welcome back to Roots and Herbs. Roots and Herbs is a program that discusses health-related challenges and suggests possible ways out from the herbal medicine perspective. Baba Yoruba is currently having a special New Year promo package. This New Year promo package will give you the opportunity to enjoy 50% discount on all their products and services. This offer runs while the stock lasts. And at the same time, it will give you the privilege of meeting Baba Yoruba himself at number 24 Ikwere Road, Mile 1 by Education Bus Stop, Port Harcourt. For details and inquiries, the telephone number to call is 080 33 111 946. I repeat, 080 33 111 946. 080 33 111 946. Until we come your way again, remain blessed.
And that was a paid infomercial.
Talk radio. I listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM.
Hey, I'm Ikra. This is What in the World from the BBC World Service. What do Taylor Swift, Tyra Banks, and Melania Trump have in common? All very powerful, famous women, yes, but they're also all fans of the Tell All documentary. You know the type I mean, going behind the scenes of day-to-day life, giving us a glimpse of what it's like to be super famous. Do they actually tell us anything new, though, or is it more about controlling the public image? That's what we're going to be chatting about today. Let's get into it. So there's only one man we could bring in for this, our culture king, William Lee Adams from the team. Hey.
Hey, Ikra.
Okay, so William, before we get into it, there's been a bunch of these celebrity-led documentaries, docu-series popping up from the movie studios, the streaming sites. Why is there such a push on them?
So studios and streaming services, they're really making a calculation here, balancing money and risk. The fact is, if you're a big celebrity, you've got a massive following, and so the studio knows there's going to be interest before they even start hitting record. And they know that the fandom for these stars, Beyonce, Taylor Swift, they're going to turn up no matter what their star does. Now, also there's a cost element here. The fact is, it's much cheaper to make a reality series, a docu-series, than it is to do original programming. If you're making original programming, you have to build massive sets. You have to hire entire crews, hire actors. But for these docu-series, you're really just following someone around with a camera. So streamers and studios see a real opportunity. I just want to throw one number at you. In 2023, when Taylor Swift released the concert film for her Eras tour, it grossed $260 million. Wow. Yeah, so you can see the returns are pretty big.
What's in it for the celebrities? Like, why are they keen to make these kind of films?
On one level, it is about cash. As we just heard, you can bring in a lot of money. But the other aspect to this is that they're able to tell their story in their own words. They can change a narrative that might be brewing out there. So, for instance, Beyonce, with her film Renaissance, she did exactly this. She faced criticism in 2023 for singing in Dubai, which has a divisive record when it comes to LGBTQ rights. She never addressed that publicly. She's never responded to that criticism. However, in Renaissance, the film that her production house created, she focused on her gay cousin, who she called Uncle Johnny. And essentially, she centered how people from the queer community had played a huge role in her life. Now, she's not just speaking to her audience there. She's also speaking to brands. She's saying, I'm not problematic. And in an image-conscious economy, that's huge.
So Netflix is coming out with Reality Check Inside America's Next Top Model. What's that about?
America's Next Top Model was a TV show searching for America's Next Top Model, and it was fronted by the supermodel Tyra Banks. It initially ran from 2003 to 2018. Now, it resurfaced during the pandemic, and a whole new generation of young women discovered it, and they found it really controversial. This stemmed from the fact there were photo shoots where women had to swap race. People accused them of essentially using blackface. There were other photo shoots where women had to pose as victims of violence. It was seen to be glamorizing violence. And then women were also subjected to these harsh makeovers. One woman was asked to go to the dentist to have her teeth widened, and another woman was sent to the dentist to have her gap narrowed. And so this docuseries on Netflix is seen as Tyra finally responding to all of that criticism. At the start of the trailer, she actually says, I haven't said much, now's the time.
And so what about when these controversies were happening? Did Tyra or a producer say anything about them?
So in 2020, a lot of this criticism started surfacing on what was then called Twitter. We call it X now. And Tyra actually responded. She said, quote, "Been seeing the post about the insensitivity of some past ANTM moments, and I agree with you. Looking back, those were some really off choices." And then in a separate statement, she addressed the race-switching photo shoot. She said, quote, "I want to be very clear. I in no way put my top models in blackface. I'm a black woman. I am proud. I love my people. And the struggle that we have gone through continues, and the last thing that I would ever do is be part of something that degraded my race." And she went on to say there was a misunderstanding. She said that the intention of the photos was to, quote, "spread beauty and break down barriers." Now that separates it from blackface, which was used historically to denigrate African Americans. In fairness to Tyra, we should point out that back in the early years of the show, these topics were not as controversial as they are today. In a way, the show is a time capsule for another era.
Okay, sometimes these docuseries cross over into politics, of course. We've had the release of Melania, about the First Lady of the United States. What's that about?
So Melania Trump is often called the Sphinx of Slovenia. She's inscrutable. She's like the Mona Lisa, a woman in a portrait. This film is trying to humanize her. It's trying to say there is more to me than you may know. At the start of the film, she says, everyone wants to know. So here it is. And what is it? Well, it's 20 days leading up to the inauguration of President Trump in January 2025. So we see her in her gold apartment, gold everything, gold tables, gold chairs, gold mirrors. We see her with a retinue of tailors sort of fitting her dresses, her gowns. We see her planning parties. You also see her talking to Brigitte Macron, the First Lady of France, and she's talking about how foster children are a big philanthropic endeavor for her.
It's had some controversy too. Why is that?
Yeah, one big criticism is that the First Lady is profiting from her husband's political office. Amazon, they paid $40 million for the rights, and then they pledged an additional $35 million in marketing. So that's $75 million for this documentary on Melania Trump.
And just to clarify, we don't know how much of that money Melania received. However, according to reporting from the Wall Street Journal, the First Lady's cut is at least $28 million. Amazon have not commented.
Now, that's a huge, staggering figure for a documentary film. This comes at a time when many billionaires, including Amazon founder Jeff Bezos, are trying to curry favor with the White House. They want to get closer to Trump. Another source of controversy is the timing of its release. You get an insight into this gilded, glamorous world of Melania Trump at a time when there are mass protests across the United States over what people see as a violent, unnecessary crackdown on immigrants.
So has Amazon said anything?
They say they're not doing this to curry favor with anyone. Their only interest in the Melania film was Melania herself, revealing her character.
Has this changed perceptions of Melania, or what do you think?
My reading is that it will cement people's pre-existing position. The fact is, this film is doing very well in counties where there are more registered Republicans, the party of Donald Trump, than there are Democrats, the opposition party. The film's doing particularly well in states like Florida, Texas, Arizona, all of which went to President Trump in the most recent election. There have been reports in American media that you have Republican supporters who will openly cheer when in the film you see President Trump being inaugurated. On the flip side, you have a lot of Democrats who have taken issue with the content of the film. For instance, there are several moments where producers try to humanize Melania. She talks a lot about being an immigrant herself and how she and her family have lived the American dream, and she's so grateful. And she has this discussion with a Laotian interior decorator. Now, critics have stepped back and said, whoa, how can you be having that conversation while ignoring your husband's crackdown on immigration? Another moment that critics point to is when Melania Trump is discussing how she and her son Barron don't want to leave the limousine during the inaugural parade for fear of political violence. A lot of critics have said, well, your husband contributed to the climate of political violence with his harsh rhetoric.
We've spoken about America's Next Top Model, Taylor Swift, Melania Trump. Would you say they're journalism, though, William?
In a sense, yes, because there are facts, there are real people, there are real events. But what's lacking is sort of the rigor, the pushback, the interrogation, and the balance. I'd say that they read more like authored narratives or memoirs as opposed to straight journalism. They focus on perspective rather than scrutiny. So yes, they are interesting, but you shouldn't read them as balanced reporting.
William, thank you so much. It's been so good to have you.
Thanks so much, Ikra.
And that's it from us. For now, I'm Ikra. This is What in the World from the BBC World Service, and I'll see you guys next time.
This na the breakdown from BBC Pidgin.
Nigeria don't get bill for the floor of the U.S. Congress. Two reps, Riley Moore and Chris Smith, don't introduce the Nigeria Religious Freedom and Accountability Act of 2026 for the U.S. Congress. The reason for the bill now to make the U.S. Secretary of State to gather and submit comprehensive reports on top insecurity for Nigeria give the Congress. The report go day on waiting the U.S. they do to handle the so-called religious prosecutions wey involve Christians for Nigeria. The bill also wants to make the Secretary of State reason Fulani ethnic militias as foreign terrorist organization. For statement where Riley Moore writes, he said the reason behind the bill now because he don't enter Nigeria to see the kind gbege where Christians they face and the security wahala where Nigeria gets. This now part of investigation work where US President Donald Trump been give him for the situation of the country. Now for October 2025, Trump declared Nigeria as country of particular concern on top say them they buy thousands of Nigerians according to him. But now since September, Nigeria government don't they holla say the security situation for Nigeria no be religious genocide, although them agree say Nigeria gets security situation true. Since the declaration, the U.S. military launched strike for Sokoto State for Nigeria on Christmas Day of last year to fight the Islamic State of Nigeria. Just last week, Trump still talked about Nigeria for National Prayer Breakfast when Nigerian First Lady Remi Tinubu attend. He say him go deal violently with the people where they attack Christians for the country. But waiting this Religious Freedom and Accountability Act of 2026 for the U.S. Congress mean for Nigeria? Enter bbcpidgin.com and follow us for all our social media platforms, including our TikTok and WhatsApp channel for more Tori.
That's not the breakdown from BBC Pidgin.
Hey, it's Ikra, and this is What in the World from the BBC World Service. So it won't be news to you guys. A lot of us are using AI these days when we need a bit of creative inspiration to come up with that cool caption, maybe figure out the perfect playlist. It's something we were chatting about on the team earlier, that link between AI and creativity, what it actually means to be creative, whether AI can make us more creative. We're going to get into all sides of the debate today. Let's get into it. So one person who had some of the biggest thoughts on this on the team is this man right here, Rio from the What in the World team. Hey, Rio.
Hey, Ikra, how are you?
I'm not bad. First, I want to, before we get any further, I need to figure out, are you a creative? How creative are you?
Personally, I would say I'm a creative, but not in the traditional sense. Most people throw the term around and think of poets, musicians, but me personally, I really enjoy editing videos and coming up with cool concepts and soundscapes. Funnily enough, I was on Instagram the other day and I was just scrolling through, as you do, and an advert for an AI editing tool popped up, and it really got me thinking, how many other people are using this tool to edit? Because when I edit, it takes me hours, and that's how I kind of fell down this rabbit hole of how creative AI is making us. So during my research, I actually came across an interesting statistic. The Economist estimates that 16% of workers globally are using generative AI on a monthly basis, and that's chatbots like Copilot and ChatGPT. But a quick scroll, through YouTube, and you can see people using it to produce music, to also edit and brainstorm different ideas. And it's completely understandable. This tool is very, very effective. But personally, the part of the editing process that I enjoy the most is cracking the code. It feels like an achievement at the end, and using AI bypasses that completely.
Speaking about this in relation to creativity, you've been speaking to some creatives, you've been speaking to a musician, a poet, hearing from both sides of the debate how AI can be a really useful tool and fuel creativity, and then the other side of it as well. So let's start with the negative aspects of it. Why do some people think it's bad for creativity?
That's a really interesting question, and of course, most people have different opinions for why it's bad. That can range from concerns around originality, concerns around copyright, and fears of being replaced. But I want to focus on originality. I actually spoke to a Nigerian poet named Ridwan Fisasi, so let's hear from him now.
So for me, I want to highlight specifically that when it comes to creative writing, the future of creative writing, of literature, is human, not AI. for me, as a writer, as a poet, I believe that the originality, when we want to tell our stories, when we want to give our literature, we want to write our prose, our short stories, our poetry, our drama, we need this authenticity, we need this originality. And AI can give us that originality we want. Because what makes us unique as human is the fact that there is diverse emotions, there is diverse opinions on things. So we want to see people that brings these different opinions to us, to tell us their story, to tell us how they feel about something.
So, as you heard, Fasasi made some really interesting points, and there is a lot of agreement online that AI lacks originality. And just a reminder for our audience and for yourself, AI works by mining the internet for data, which essentially means any of the content it generates isn't original, it isn't boundary pushing. You can think of AI as essentially not being able to create from its own experience, rather it reconfigures what already exists. But there is a massive philosophical debate at hand, because how original are we in our creations and ideas? I'm sure many people have heard of the expression that there's no such thing as a new idea, and that was popularized by an American writer, Mark Twain. However, Fasasi's point specifically about authenticity is the dividing point, or rather the most important point, because what differentiates us from AI is that we have life experiences, we have emotions, and that's our unique selling point, and that's something AI can't take from us and can't replicate.
Yeah, it's good to hear Fasasi's points on originality and AI there. Of course, we know that some creatives are worried about AI and how it's going to affect their work, their job security. Just tell us a little bit about that.
You're absolutely right. People are concerned for a lot of different reasons. Firstly, I'll start with concerns over the fear of being replaced. Only a few years ago, we had the Hollywood strikes, and actors and writers were in uproar over studios incorporating AI into their work. But what did we see? Through their strikes, the industry had to pivot and control how AI was used, specifically around writing scripts. Secondly, there are some concerns about copyright. So I've also heard from Veda, an animator from Hong Kong. Let's listen to what she had to say.
I think one of the main reasons why a lot of artists are still very skeptical to use AI at the moment is because of its copyright issues. A lot of times AI would steal from artwork from the internet made by actual artists and then train it to its own model when the original artist didn't agree to do so. There are also many cases where people just claim AI work to be their own, which to an untrained eye, it can be quite hard to tell. In the last couple of years, in the animation industry at least, a lot of artists are getting laid off, and a lot of fresh grads, even from the top art schools, aren't able to secure any creative jobs. And I think AI did play a huge role in that, along with many other reasons. I just hope that people, artists in the future generation, will keep drawing, keep creating, because creativity is one of the best tools to express yourselves, and that is really important.
Those are the negatives, but not everyone's against it. AI can be a really powerful tool as well. How do some people use it creatively?
You're absolutely right. During my research, I came across so many interesting ways people are starting to use AI quite creatively. One example that I mentioned previously is that people are using it to streamline their content creation, say, for instance, through video editing software, whereas others are using it as a soundboard to brainstorm different ideas. I actually spoke to a really interesting guy called Manin, who's a music producer, and he's worked with really big names like Idris Elba, will.i.am, and he spoke to the fact that he uses AI to co-create as a collaborator, and I thought that was really interesting. Let's listen to what he had to say.
I know today in a lot of my sessions, if I'm making music or in a lot of the sessions that friends of mine would be in, that AI is playing a big part in those sessions. People are writing music with AI as a tool, or even as a co-collaborator, if you like, bouncing around ideas, finding new ways of writing a progression or a piece of music, and yeah, it's become a central part, I think, of a lot of people's creative process.
Manon made some really great points. For instance, starting to use AI as a co-creator, a collaborator, I can relate to that in the sense that if I wanted to make a song, instead of using, or rather relying on dozens of people to write the lyrics, produce the melodies. I could just bounce ideas off of AI. This technology is making creative spaces much more accessible, whereas in the past there were traditional barriers. Like manpower, the different skills necessary in the team, or millions of pounds necessary in the budget to create creative pieces of work. That's no longer necessary, and experts actually call this process the democratization of creativity because those barriers are very quickly being erased.
So it'll be interesting to see in the future how the technology continues to evolve, but also how the legislation around this evolves and how that affects creatives as well. Rio, I knew you were the big thinker on the team. That's been so interesting to hear all sides of the debate. Thank you for bringing them here.
Thank you so much for having me, Ikra.
That's it for today. Thank you for joining us. I'm Ikra. This is What's in the World from the BBC World Service. I'll see you next time. Bye.
Talk radio. I listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM.
What's a successful business without sales? And what is sales without an audience? Well, do you know that you can reach 8 million listeners across 6 states in 2 geopolitical zones all at once? How? With Today 95.1 FM, you can get millions of people to know about your business. And what does that mean to you? More sales. Call 081 389 2850 now for more information.
this Lenten season, on this Ash Wednesday, we come to you with the ardor of our hearts to pray, to fast, and to give alms. Help us, Lord, in these 40 days to walk with you and never to turn away from your presence. To make our prayers through Christ our Lord. Amen. Today is Ash Wednesday. It is a day when the Lord invites us. Repent. Do not come to me with rented garments, but with broken hearts. God wishes to touch our hearts, the site and the seat of every decision we make in life. On this Ash Wednesday, we accept ash on our forehead, as we find in Genesis chapter 3, verse 19, to show our mortality, because we are dust, and unto dust we shall return. In Job chapter 46, verse 2, we are told principally about how Job in himself, he repented in dust and ashes. And then we find in Daniel chapter 9, verse 3, the whole idea of Daniel not only coming in fasting and prayers, but he was covered in sackcloth and ashes as a way of interceding for his people. And then we find that in Esther chapter 14, verses 1 to 3, we find Esther not only taking off her royal gown, she decided to cover herself in dung, in ashes, and in sackcloth, in order that she can make intercession and prayers for her people that we are now being at the point of being exterminated. Every time we carry ash, we are carrying on ourselves the need for us to remember how fleeting life is and how we must begin to live our lives intentionally for God. Every time we carry ash on our forehead, we accept the fact that we have sinned and now we are asking God for repentance. Haven't you found that in the book of the prophet Jonah, when the people of Nineveh repented in sackcloth and ashes, the Lord repented of all he was going to do against them. The ash we carry, just like we find in First Maccabees, is an ash that reminds all of us of our shame. That's also what we find in the whole idea about Tamar in First Samuel, when she carried the ash on her head and she was lamenting, telling about how much her shame and her pain is. The Ash Wednesday not only brings us face to face with the three pillars of what we shall be doing within the Lenten season, the whole idea of our acceptance that all of us are most often taken up by pleasure, taken up by our pride,